अलि खाएँ मैले दाते भयो सस्के
उनले चाहिँ के भन्छ अरे
बोले
नारुतोले त्यो भन्छ बरुतोले
बरुतोले के भन्छ बरुतोले
त्यही त के भन्छ तिमीलाई सोधिरहेको छु त
मलाई के त बरुटो त मैले कहाँ हेरेँ त नि अनि हावा तिमीले हेरे अब मैले त कसम छोको नि होइन कि बरुटो त
मेरोबाट इको आउँदैन अहिले
ए त्यही पनि
आउँछ कसले भन
कति रात
अरे दादा रे दादा
को छ भ्यालोरेन्टमा
म छु
No one. No one. म छैन हौ भर्खरै फक यु
आउ न त
फेसबुक मार्केट प्लेस हेर्दै हो किन हेर्दै हो थाहा छैन तर हेर्दै हो यसमा म यहाँ
ल म यहाँ लाइभ
फुच्चेले
गर्दैछु
मेसेज गरेको थियो त्यो फुच्चेको मेसेज रिप्लाई गर्न आएको थियो तर त्यो फुच्चे अफ छ म मेसेज गर्दैन फक यु
हेलो
Hello, 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 hello.
हेलो 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 खेल्न आऊ भ्यालो
Your duo, bro.
के अरे
ओइ नेपालीमा बोला त ब्रो
नेपालीमा
इङ्ग्लिसमा
के भारी
बोल्दिन
भयो
क्या
नेपाली नबोल भने के बारी भयो अरे
नेपालीमा बोल भनेको
मलाई भने
ए सबैलाई हैन अनि
आऊ भ्यालो
चुहा फसाउ
आउनु आउनु
आउ
फसाउ फसाउ
आउ आज पनि कष्ट मात्र आज पनि कष्ट मात्र खेलिन्छ जस्तो छ
Yeah, I'm coming.
That's what she said.
कम फास्टर
That's what she said.
राकेश गिटार बजाउँदै बस्छ हामी खेल्दिम
राकेश नु अनलाइन हैन
यस म आइसकेँ
अरु केही बजाउनु पाउँदैन गिटारै बजाउने हो
ए यो डिजी बट खेल्ने हो खेल्ने भयो
यार त्यति त्यति उस
हामी
पनि
डिस्कर्डमा जाउँ
यार ट्याक नबोल नि
ए
यार
ए यौ के बोले छैन
खेल्ने भयो
लाइभ छ हौ हामी लियोको असली चर्तीकला देख्न पाइन्छ
हामी
चर्तीकला के गरे बे मैले
हामी
त्यस्तो
भने
तिम्रो सोच देख्न पाइयो नि त भर्खरै
हैन
लाइभ
हामी भनेको
के कसले भनेर
हामी लाइभ छौं भन्यो नि त हामी भनेको
कसले भनेर हामी
तिमीले
ए हामी लाइभमा छौं भने हौ नो
इमोशनल द लाइक अस लाइक
किन आवाज कस्तो अड्के आएको
गेमै खेल्दैन हौ
कस्तो डिले
50
छ
पिङ
नि
छ
त डिले नहाले
भयो नि 3 सेकेन्डको डिले छ
खोल्यो खोल्यो गेम खोल्यो
सुनसे आउ खेल्ने
आई रिक्वेस्ट टु जोइन
फेरि कस्टम लगाइदेऊ न
एकजनाको लागि ठाउँ खाली छ
नो आइदियो
4 जना छ
एकजनाको लागि ठाउँ खाली छ
खै एम्टी खाली खोपडी खै
ए खै त हाम्रो लेजेन्डको दाइ खै त आजकल आयो लेजेन्डको दाइ भ्यालु गर्दैछ
म आउँदैछु रे ल टिचीबाट
फास्ट
केटा आउँदैछ ल के हो आउनेवाला आएपछि चाहिँ 100 जना आउँछ के आऊ तिमी नि आऊ पिटा खाएर जाऊ हामी नि यहाँ बुढाबुढीहरूलाई पिट
तिम्रो आँखामा
आज 5v5 हान्नुपर्छ सब केटाहरूलाई बोलाम न
मलाई पिटा
यो
यो
लियो
दुइटालाई
दाइले त मेरो लियो दाइ
लियोले कहाँ तिम्रो
एन्जो,
फ्रेन्डको
my
एक्सेप्ट गरेर
friend.
बस्ने भ्याउँछ त
म गरिहाल्छु नि हौ म सबको फ्रेन्ड रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट गर्छु मेरो
हेलो
लियो इज अ बिजी गाई
हेलो
आवाज आएको छैन अघि नै मेरो
अघि आउँदैन
बल्ल आयो ल 5 मिनट भयो ल
सोनिक तिमी नि आउला हो
सुबोध कुन अकाउन्टबाट आएको
मेन अकाउन्ट
मेनबाट खेल्ने र आज
ब्रो जसरी नि कस्टम हो
कस्तो मात्र हो त्यसो म नि मेनबाट आउँछ त के तर के भयो सुजलकोबाट आइदिउँ
जे देखाए पनि भयो ए
खै
सुजल
त लेजेन्ड मेरो भाइ
7 जना
सब चेन्ज गरे
5 जना 6 जना 7 जना 8 जना हुन्छ 2 जना खोज्यो भने 10 जना हुन्छ 5v5 हान्न रमाइलो हुन्थ्यो
अगेर हुन्थ्यो के रे हैन
यार
प्ल्याट अनि जाँदाखेरि सबै आयो
हजुर
हैन त्यो त उ गर्न मिलिहाल्छ नि
एफएनसी सबै 0 बाट आएको हो भने चाहिँ कस्टमै हुन्छ जसलाई आज
यत्रो बेरसम्म के चाइनिज बोले नि तिनी
त्यही भने
हैन म बाहिर गएर
अरे के कान बिग्रे अरे के
बाहिर गइरहेको थिएँ ब्रो
What the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is this?
इट इज बट इट इज
गरिम यार सात जना छ यार अहिले
बादल बनेरै आए नि हुन्छ
गोविन्द आउँछ 8 जना हुन्छ
मलाई कस्तै
अब 2 जना चाहियो
साउन्ड बोर्ड हाले जस्तो लाग्यो
अनि 2 जना चाहियो
सुजलले पासवर्ड सेभ गरे क्या
हैन
भइहाल्यो नि हामी कति 5 हैन अनि 6 अनि 7 अनि ए ल 8 रहेछ है 2 जना एउटा
ये छैन भनेर
League of
सुजल
Legends
पनि आइसक्यो हैन हो त
पासवर्ड चेन्ज गरे सुजल
छैन रे
त्यही हाल्नु ट्राई गरेको हुँदै भयो नि त
अबे भाइ तिम्रो त माइक अफ गर दे यार हावा अबे सब आउँछ
मेरो हैन
अब आइरह
नै एन्जोको
के हुँदैन के ए मेरो
एन्जोला हो
के
क्यापिटल आयो होला छुट्यो होला छुट्यो होला
कस्तो भने आरकेएसको त्यो चाहिँ लास्ट राउन्ड हो
790
तिम्रो माइक खतरा हो के 100 मा राखिरहेछ मज्जाको सुनिन्छ के अर्को कति बढाउँदा नि राम्रो सुन्नु
ए मेरो अरुको भनेर हैन के सोचे भन्नु न सुबोधको भन के
बल्ल सुन्यो टन्न 200% मा
हैन सुबोधको भन के
सबलाई 200% त हैन यार त्यसलाई हाल्दैन 200% मा
सुजल प्रजापति थिएन
मलाई 200 लगा हा
तिमीलाई 100 लागेछ
सुजल प्रजापति हुन्थ्यो नि युजर नेम
सब म्याक्स गर्दियो नि त अनि
यार
क्यापिटल पी
मलाई कति हाल्दैछ गाइस
क्यापिटल एस के
400 भयो पनि पुग्दैन तिम्रो आवाज त मलाई
लो सर्भर म्युट
न हुँदैन तिम्रो अकाउन्ट भयो
Death match. Warm up.
यति त हाल्छु है त
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
हेडफोनमा कस्तो साउन्ड कस्तो सानो
Together.
सब जना
भइरहेछ त
मेरोमा त भएन नि नआइनु हुन्थेन
एकछिन है त कोड पठायो भने 30 दिन के भयो होला खै रिमेम्बर दिस 30 दिन 6408
120 है सेज वान पिस्तल हान्ने जो पम्प
ए हिजोको दुईटा सब्स्क्राइबरहरुलाई नि बोलाउनु पर्छ क्या
Enemy down.
औ गर्नु त
रुगा मेरो हड्किरहेको छ गेम
ठ्याक्क 5 जना हुन्छ नि
आफै चिलाएर बेला
10 जना
म पनि जिलाउने थिएँ भाइ बोले
के छ
त्यसै जिलाउन न
कोली
ल्याइदिने
सक्यो
हो भन न
ताउ कोहा लाग्यो है त्यही नि मर हैन
हाल्यो मैले
के हजमा हान्दा रहेछ
कहिले हालेको मिल्यो
Who trained you?
यस सुबोध पो हैछ त
अनि वाइड दिन्छ मलाई
नाइ
क्याप्स लङ भन्छ क्या हो
आनन्दले पिक लिएर हान्छु भनेको सुबोध पो हैछ त अनि
ले
कति आके त्यहाँ
बल्ल भयो
बल्ल हो मैले नचिने भनेर
मैले अहिलेसम्म भने हैन यार म त मैले चिने
Out of here.
वार्निङ आइरहेको छ
चल्यो
मैले नि चिने छैन यार तर
अब मुझे कुहिरेको भ्यू होस्
चिन्न
Gunner.
किन त कसैले नि मलाई चिन्नु
तिमी मलाई चिन्न कोले परे र
Taken down.
यही मान्छेलाई त
अघि नहारे बित्दै के हो
थ्यांक यू है कसले लो गर्दिएको बिचरालाई
अहिले हो
अर्कै मेरो हेडफोनबाट आउनु पर्दा क्या साउन्ड चाहिँ अनुभव
Down and out.
ओ यार हेर्न पाउँदैन यार
ओ डाक्टरले एमडेड हो को
खाली खपडी हो कि सोनीको
खाली खप्डी हो
क्या तलदेखि हेर्नु तल राख्नु पर्छ
Gotcha.
के भयो यार गेम हेडफोनको साउन्ड फुल भयो पनि यार
त्यस्तै लाग्दो रहेछ
साउन्ड
कि
लाग्छ।
आइडी चेन्ज गर्दा गर्दा त
ओइ
मलाई पनि त्यस्तो लाग्छ
होइन यसको मैले फोल्डरै फुल गरेको थिएँ कि साउन्ड सानो सानो
यो जार्वेस
That's
खेलिरहेको थिएँ
three.
आज यो आरबिसी आएको त कस्तो लागिरहेको
And four.
ब्रो
प्याकेट लस छ यार केटा
पैसा
चलेन यार पनि
ऊ
खाना खाएर आएको जुम्रे
Down you go.
के गर्दैन यार अब अब म यता आएपछि चाहिँ पिक गरेर आएको
See ya.
अति वाइड
हजुर।
त्यो पिसीमा चाहिँ एकैचोटि दुईटा हेडफोन कनेक्ट गरेर राख्नु नि त के हुँदैन
केमा
साउन्डको मात्रै चेक गर्ने हो नि त
हाँ?
साउन्ड सेटिङमा मात्रै चेक गर्ने हो नि त
दुईटा हेडफोन जोड्यो भने एउटामा मात्र आउँछ तर आउँदैन दुईटामा एउटा मात्र आउँछ
एउटामा आउँछ नि
साउन्डै त्यत्रो सानो नि यार
त्यो त ड्राइभर ड्राइभरमा अप्सन भयो ड्राइभरदेखि मिल्छ त हो
मिल्दैन
मिल्छ
मिल्दैन भने
मिल्छ
मोबाइलले मिल्दैन
खुद नै सुनाउँछु यार साइडमा कोही बस्यो भने यार के बोला तिमी
कति वान टाइप खाने है
भने
क्या itu मान्छे क्या मत क्राउड
कहाँ हो यो
भ्यालेन्ट भित्र चाहिँ आवाज आउँदैन कि फेरि यो डिजी
What's your name? Nate, what's your name?
Down and out.
यो भन न
के भन्ने
यो भन
That's 3.
लियो
Fuck you, Leo.
What the fuck
अबे यार तू क्रिएट गरेको के त
हैन what's your name भनेर सोध्छ
त्यही त भने उले भनेन नि त अघि नै
अनि भन्न पर्यो नि त
What's your name भन्नु पर्छ नि फेरि what's your name भन्दै कसले बोल्दै बोलेन त्यही दुनिया हो नि त
चिताबाट
मेरो त
त्यो नि वाइल्ड फनी छ यार
थ्याङ्क यू हिल्दै गयो कस्तो मर्न लागिसक्यो त हा 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 हा
कस्तो बडी सर्ट लागेको अनि यार सुरुमा बडी सर्ट लाग्यो टाउकोमा क्रसेर राखेँ त्यही नि बडी सर्ट लाग्यो
थ्याङ्क यू
वेलकम यार
नाइ पानी गरे
अनि गनले हान्न नसकिसक्यो नि के गरोस् त बिचरा क्राउच गरोस् शिफ्ट बक गरोस् पछाडिबाट आओस्
सिल्भरको प्लेयर हो के एक्सपेक्ट गर्छ
हुन्छ सिल्भरमै बसिरह न
One minute remaining.
यहाँ एउटा मान्छे वान ट्याप मात्र हान्छ है
Who trained you?
अनि एउटा हेर
10 kills remaining.
That's 3.
फेरि यसका अगाडि जन्मियो ममा
And 4.
खै त मैले त रेना त देखेकै छैन भने
रेना यो टोटा कस्तो
डिस्कनेक्ट भयो क्या केटा
कस्तो दाम गरेर बज्यो
30 seconds left.
Hot shot.
अस्ति नपुग्यो यार थ्याङ्क यू एन्जु भाइ
वेलकम
10 seconds left.
ब्रो
Gunner.
देखिसकेको थिएँ कि म त सुगरलाई देखेको थिएँ कि भाइ
5 kills remaining.
सक्यो
टु 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 टु
नेक्स्ट टाइम आइल डु बेटर रे
गोविन्दलाई बोलाउनु पर्यो
गर्दै आउँछन् फेरि त्यसले
गर्नु नि पर्दैन क्या पहिलेदेखि छ त वाचिङ चाहिँ 9 छ बोल्न चाहिँ खोइ रमाइलो छ च्याट हेर्नै पर्दैन क्या
ला 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 टट्टी आइडीमा टट्टी आइडी
ऊ डाक्टर लेजेन्ड बाहिर निस्कौ न
ओ दकुता
ओ सुजल बाहिर निस्क त
ए डाक्टर लेजेन्ड सोनिक सुजल सुजल मालिक का बोय
I'll fight anybody. I'll fight everybody.
हिजोकोमा त 102 भ्युज आएछ यार
ओए 100 वाउ कट्दै हे
मलाई अनि 7 घण्टाको स्ट्रिम थियो त अनि
कहिले स्ट्रिम गरे 7 घण्टा
क्या बस्दिरहेको त दिउँसोदेखि खेलेको
दिउँसोदेखि म बसे
खाना खाना जाँदाखेरि पनि त्यत्तिकै
छोड्दिएको भात घिच्दैछु 10 मिनेट खाना खाँदैछु
के हो यो PDM
10
केटा अब म उस के हान्दैन रे स्पनमा बसेर म ढच्याक हान्दै बस्यो
उता अनि सोनीको रोहन अनि ऊ होला होइन सुबोध
होइन म तिमीहरूकोमा छु
छ तिमीहरूकोमा मलाई
लास्टै हेप्ने क्या लास्टै
तर हिजो
हजुर
वाइल्ड छ
तिमीको
म यो खेल्ला
ए सुजल भनेर चाहिँ अर्को हो डक्टर लेजेन्ड चाहिँ सुजलमा हो ल ठिक छ
ल कन्फिडेन्स बुस्ट भयो त सिधै
है पुरै के
एकजना उस्तो चाहियो नि त अनि अब कहाँ हामी
केटा हो हिजो थकेला थिएन ओ राकेश हिजो थकेला थिएन
किन
हिजो त्यत्रो बेर खेल्यो
तर केटाहरूले क्या बचाने यार
तर हिजो त अति नै के तर मजा चाहिँ आएको थियो यार
Cutting through.
रोहनको त्यो चाहिँ खतरा थियो कि कस्तो लिक्स टल्के है हेर्छु हरेको त ल
खाज
कहाँबाट हान्यो चाहिँ देख्दिन त
ओ यार जता हेऱ्यो त्यतै मान्छे छ उतै मान्छे देख्दैन भने कसले हो को हो त्यो मान्छे देख्दिन भन्ने
Decoy.
what the fuck कहाँले फुटायो
ओइ डाट हान्यो त
Cutting through.
रेनाको
ओइ माथि रहेछ
बसिरहेको रहेछ
कस्तो के टिपी फुटाउँदै थिए है मान्छे आइदियो हेलो
New stage in 10.
ए हो म लानु आउनु त
हेर न मुला अघिदेखि यहीँ हान्या छ यो ढुचुक हान्या छ त्यही एक ठाउँमा
ल किन नआएको
ओ के भयो मेरो
भएन यार
दुईटा इनिसिएटर छ यार
Ultimate orb spawning.
हन्ड्रेड लेभल खायो ए मार
यार त्यो एउटा योरुलाई 159 हानि मर्दैन
सिल त हाने छ हौ सिल त
Kill threat. Stage 3.
कति बेर क्या हो
3. Time to jump.
भन्नला नि
यसमा उल्टा रहेछ नि त कन्ट्रोल किन डिसमिस हुँदैन
माउस प्याड सकिरहेको म टेबलमा राखेर तिमीलाई
लाइटमै हान्छु
Charge your ults. Time to jump.
Nice.
You're done.
Wait, त्यहाँबाट आउनु पर्दैन चेल्ला
There we go.
इसे 10 था यार त्यो मिसाइल यहाँ छ देखिन
यो मान्छेलाई त कस्तो गरिराख्नु
Don't resist.
Why what you
कस्तो सी ए तिरका डिस्कर्ड खुल्छ सी दबायो भने दुईचोटी
हो
भाइ खोल्यो कसरी खोल्यो
हैन सी खोल्यो भन्दा यस्तो खोल्यो
Careful here.
ल
च्याट वाला पो खोल्यो सी भनेको शिफ्ट भने
Cutting through.
क्या
Back
कति
off.
गएको के नेस्टमा यार
Fake teleport.
क्या
Decoy.
क्या बडी रे
It's you and me.
ला बिचारा
हावा हो या कसम
दियोले के मेरो फेकला लग्या
ठीक है जरा क्या
कस्तो नमरे
Cutting their vision.
Oh shit.
I'll have your heads boy
Who's next?
बढिया थियो र
Cutting through. My
माथि केटा
bottom
माथि
broke. Idiot.
I'm out of here.
तीनजनाले
Taken out.
मलाई थाहा हुन्छ कि कहाँ छ भनेर फेरि आवाजले थाहा पाउँछु
नेस्ट
Decoy.
ल म आइछु त्यसले
Reloading.
रिकोइल भएर गएको बौला
हैन म हान्दा
क्या हेरौँ यार कहाँ सब ठाउँ एकचोटि बिग्रिन्छ ल यहाँ नि हेरिरहेको छ
अच्छा 80
दुईटा पिक गरेर आएको थिएँ
My ult's ready.
माथि माथि माथि
Reloading.
ए ब्लाइन्ड भयो यार कस्तो ब्लाइन्ड
That's 3.
I'll handle this.
गरे
Decoy. I'm back.
गए यार
Go, go, go.
लोन पो रहेछ
Ow.
तिनजनाले एकचोटि पिक गरेर खाने हेर्दै मलाई
तिमीलाई मार्ने उपाय त्यही नै हो के
यहाँ तल छ एउटा
यार
Who's next?
त्यही माथि छ
Four down.
क्या गलत
यार कस्तो आधा अधुरो देखिदिरहेको
Decoy. It's you and me.
अब के क्लोन है त्यो
सिलले बचाउँछ के जहिले सिलले बचाउँछ त्यो 1v1 नै फेयर होइन जस्तो लाग्छ यार मलाई त
You blink. No, no.
मेरो बानी
Time to jump. 10 seconds left.
रेसमा छ एकजना
नो वे टु रन
अल्टै चलाउनु पाएन यार
द्याट्स व्हाट शी सेड
म 3 चोटि अल्ट हान्दा छु
और नै उठाइदियो त पुरै अनि क्या छ
कता 10 मिनेट भएन गइन्देको
भाइपर खेलिदिउँ न यो म्यापमा पुरै म्यापै बन्द गरिदिनु पर्यो
हुन्छ
सोच्यो र भाइबर
भाइपर
म्याप बन्द गर्ने
They have no
म्याप बन्द गर्ने
idea
भन्दा
how
त्यो
hard
एरिया
this I am.
सानो हुन्छ नि त
होल्ड गर्नलाई साइड
पछि पिक पिक
निकाल दुई सय लेभलको हुन्छ सबै होइन त हामी 13 उडे
दुईजना 200 लेभल सुब त 300 पुग्ला हामी त कति लेभल हो
यो चाहिँ कति थियो 50 समथिङ के थियो त्यो पनि 50 कति थियो 50 कि 60 कति भयो
64
62
जे भए
दुई भएन एक कुटी भएन
Let the killing begin.
गाइस लास्ट
ले बॉडी तो 1.5 लाख में
सुबोध आफ्नै उसमा आए कहाँ सक्नु
अरे
गुज भित्र गुज
सुनिकले बचाने यार मलाई
म ब्लाइन्ड थियो
Reloading. Reloading. Battle out.
कस्तो हेड नलाग्ने हो यो घोस्ट छ
Satchel out.
गुजलाई त लाग्दैन के अनि लाग्यो त
भन्दै लगायो कि
गर्छ यार
भन्दै ओए बी थिस त
Satchel out.
ओ नाइस
आया
Finished.
लास्टै पछि पो गर्ने यार
दुवैजना छ
Reloading.
Charge your ults.
Blind.
ओइ कहाँबाट पर्यो
New stage.
Results.
ओइ ल Victor
Vector आउँदो रहेछ त यार
Stage 3.
Boom. Grenade.
ओइ क्राउड
Buddy out.
Oh shit
ओए दुईजना उडाइदियो
फेरि गन चेन्ज गर्नु बिर्से
त रेडी भएर यार ए
होइन गार्डन उठाइरहेको थिएँ क्या
Listen up.
अनि
The hunt begins.
Please don't fight it out.
They will cover.
It's you and me.
Final stage.
Cutting their vision.
Sorry.
दुईटा डबल किक छ बे तल माथि
Still in sight.
ओ फुट्दै नफुटेको हावा यार
ओए 120
कति गोल लाग्छ
यार
तेरिका ब्लाइन्ड कम्बो खायो ता हैन ब्लाइन्ड बस गर्दा
अत्रिका
The hunt begins.
Sorry.
पागल आ यार
हेडसट लाएर नि कसरी जुँदै यार
ओके
Who's next?
Effective.
Oh my god.
यार ओए तिम्रो क्या त भइसक्यो ती टाउको पिक गरेर बजिरहेको
ओए
ट्यागर लस थियो यार
ओ शिट
Here we go again.
के गर्ने हो सुनेर बस्ने हेर्न मिल्छ न के गर्ने मिल्छ रोक्नु
Engaging raise.
हो
Off your feet.
ओइ
God, what is that? Dude, what the fuck, man?
Watch your fuck.
Magnet log on the gun, give me good. Kill it here. Yoru liya. Tu the yoru chala jasto chalaunu khojcha ke feri manche feri.
होइन त्यसरी चलाउनु पर्छ
ओहो
It's you
ए
and me.
स्निफर ओइ
त्यही भएर रिना DC मा आउनै झ्याउ लाग्छ के फेरि रिलेर
भयो भर्को युटिल मलाई बचाउँछ त यार
कसरी what the fuck?
लागेन पुरै
Satchel out. Still inside.
फक यार
Not ready.
ए तेरिका अब कहाँ अब यही बेसबाटै
Wallbang लाग्दो रहेछ त्यहाँ त खालि
ओइ सुमन मरिरहेको यार बेसले हान्न
The hunt begins.
हल्ट हाल्यो नि
ए तेरिका कत्रो सुनेर बसेर
Cutting their vision.
केटाहरूलाई लाज भन्ने छैन है बेसमा आइरहन् भने कोभिड्रीमा
1 minute remaining.
भने होइन लाज छैन क्या
तिनटा लेके जति पेट्रोल
पु आयो नि बेसमा
हो ल्याउ न
बेस भित्र आएन यहाँ तल आएको
आथे होइन नि अनि नियम हो नियमलाई युज गर न यार
My ult right.
बेसमा नबुझ्ने भन्ने नियम त सबै एउटै हो त हौ
Reloading.
आउनु परेन
खाना जान्छ कि एन्जु त कस्तो
तेरिका
Satchel out.
10 seconds remaining.
फेरि
बेसभित्र आउनु पाउँदैन भने थाहा नै होइन
ड्रप भइदिएर लास्ट किल लानेको त उसो नि हार्ने यार हेर त सुबोधको किल भुटे हन् गु उठेर
स्नेफर तिमी उता जाऊ गोविन्द तिमी यता
उतै त हन्के रे ए मामा मामा उता जाऊ
मामाको डिफेन्ड भयो
गो मामा गो मामा गो
मामा
गोविन्द
इन गेम
गोविन्द गोविन्द
मामा
के
उता
भयो?
जाऊ
सक्यो
आउन
एउटा बाइ द वे रेकर्डिङ भइरहेछ म कट फट गरेर हाल्छु है अब
कसलाई कट गर्छौ यता आऊ न स्नेफरलाई स्नेफर उता जाऊ भनेको
जाऊ है
ओइ स्नेफरलाई उता पठाऊ
को स्निपर
कटै हान्न हो भने त के भन्छ रे उस गरे नि हुन्छ हौ एन्जोला
के
काटे
ओइ स्नेफर
एन्जोला काटे नि
एन्जो त सानै हो यो भन्दा कति
तिमीले पठाउनु मिल्दैन तिमीले मुभ गर्नु मिल्दैन
मिल्दैन
मिल्दैन डिस्कर्ड
कसम है म 10 गन्दासम्म यो स्नेफर उता गर्न के गान्दिन्छु
को
1
स्निपर भनेको
2
ओए आउ त्यही हाँस्छु गाई
तेरिका आजको हो रोल च्यालेन्जर बाङ्गो
आया रेड ब्लड सेल रे
फिनिक्स फ्ल्याश
कहाँ बिर्सिन्छु यार मैले त्यो भिडियो रिप्ले पनि गरेर देखाएँ त
हामी के लिन्छौँ
लिउ न
के लिन्छौँ
लगो म्यार म्यार
के म्याप भयो रिच भनेको
ज्ञान फाड़ी सो लाखों पाए लौट के बद्दो घर को आए को एक्सुजल भनेको हाम्रो माइनक्राफ्ट खेल्ने साथी
डेड
काली खोपडी
अनि डक्टर लेजेन्ड चाहिँ खोइ
म
आफैले भन्दैन कि खाली कपडी
डक्टर लेजेन्ड चाहिँ खोइ त
उता छ
ओके उता
अनि कसको कसले खेलिरहेको डक्टर लेजेन्ड
सोनिक सोनिक
सोनिक
सुपर सोनिक एउटा गीत छ त
यो राकेश हो।
के यो हो भने यो क्रसहेयर सिनो
तपाईको
यहाँ त
तपाईको गाडीको टायर पञ्चर भएको रहेछ त र स्टार्ट नभएको रहेछ।
कुन म्याप हो यार यस्तो यो साइडबाट आउन पाइन्छ पाइन न
पाइदैन।
तपाईको गाडीको टायर पञ्चर रहेछ त्यही भएर स्टार्ट नभएको।
यसैमा ब्लाइन्ड रे
मेकानिक
राम 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 एकैचोटि 5 जना आयो
दुकेनी फ्लाइङ खायो
हे भगवान
ए यो के हो र आइसोको यार जहिले
अबे
सुडल निस्के दे है यत्रो वाइड आगे आगे
मोर न ए मोर यार 4 गोली हान्छ के त हो।
मेरो एफपीएस 100 कसरी आइरह
रेकर्ड गरे भने मेरो नि आउँछ यार।
रिकल गरे झर्दै यसरी एफपीएस आम्मा
स्ट्रिम गरेर अनि स्ट्रिम गर्ने अनि त्यही स्ट्रिमकै उ गर्दिने हो।
ए फुट्दैन त कति हान्नु पर्ने
अब कटाउनु
ए मामा पो हो हैन
Stage 2.
Back at the same time
Show me a target. Making cover.
Reloading.
बडी खायो
केडा हो
ए कत्रो ब्लाइन्ड हो
राम 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 साधनाले एकैचोटि ठुक गरेर
Breaking them.
के वालै वाल
Trap destroyed.
ब्लाइन्ड रे
कस्तो ब्लाइन्ड कस्तो टाइममा ब्लाइन्ड ल्या हो
न केटा यार
टगल है मैले माउस बटन मात्रै छ ए डबल माउस
माथि त्यताबाट
होइन यहाँ बक्की छ त।
Stopping fire.
यस ल
भयो
ल हान्दिरा फक
हैन
I got this.
भएर
My ult is ready.
कसले हान्दिरा
होइन पर्दैन त
Show me a target. No distraction.
मम छ्या यार गोला लाग्यो यार
Contract complete. Leave. Got 3.
हातमा वाल बोकेर दौडिरहेको एउटा पागल।
Stage intact.
This way.
Got 4.
Go, go, go.
ओ त्यो एउटा फ्ल्यास हो।
केटा हो यार टायर मात्रै खाएर दिएको
अब त यही थिएन
Reloading.
सुजाल बता
कसरी कहाँबाट देखिन्छ अब
अब फेरि यो गल्तीले
Not bad.
किनैजना त्यही रहेछ
130 आइसो
Breaking them. Got 3.
कत्रो वाइड वाइड अरे ओ मामा क्या गरे
ओरे माय
Focusing.
इसकी माँ का
तीनजनाले जित्यो
इसकी माँ का भरोसा कोलगेट
Making cover.
यसो यो एभिस चाहिँ नगरौँ न हौ
Target down.
क्राउड हान्दै
There. You blink.
हेलो ल गइदियो हेर्न
ओइ ओडिन कसले नउठाऊ है मेरो लागि हो है त्यो ओडिन
More down.
बडी ब्लक हो रे what the fuck अगाडि गएर लड्छन् होला के रे रेना भयो ब्याकतिर बस्छ
Got 3.
पर ब्लाइन्ड मी
गर्ने
Set aside.
ए रेना आउँछ गाइड
ल ल ल त्यो ओडिन मेरो है त्यो ओडिन मेरो
अगाडि गएर ब्लाइन्ड गरेर लड्ने पो त पुरा हामीले यहाँ हेर्नु त
You and me.
बिना ब्लाइन्ड छ टट्टी ब्लाइन्ड हो
No distraction.
लैजाऊ म्याचलाई नाइट चाहिँ हाने
And that's the end.
कस्तो के हो
Show me a target.
कसरी हेर्न लाग्दैन भन
कसरी लाग्दैन यसरी लाग्दैन यसरी
क्या बडीमा
ओ यो पानीबाट आउने को हो गे
को आयो भन्नु त को आयो
Who's next?
सुनेको थिएँ
Here we go.
ट्र्याप लगाइदिनु कोही आउने
योहरू यहीँ छ
पनि हामी चाहिँ क्लास हो यो चारजना एकैचोटि
Got 3. Destabilizing. Focusing.
My territory. My.
तो क्या यार
घर की मरे यार
सुबोध आइदिएर बेला लास्ट टाइम
ल स्ट्रिम यो ल यसलाई अफ हानौँ अनि स्ट्रिमिङतिर लागौँ अब
4v4 खेलाउ ल म खाना खान्छु त्यतिखेर
के एउटा उ हान्ने हो स्ट्यान्डर्ड हान्ने हो
बैलेंस कर रहा था
मेरो त यार एकचोटि नै अल्ट खुलेन यार
बायाँदेखि दायाँसम्म यतादेखि यहाँसम्म
Yes, I'm pumped.
नभई हुन्न पिरो नभई हुन्न
ए सरी डक्टर लेजेन्डको
चलिए हुन्छ अखिल तब
My family history is complicated. Cersei, what's wrong? Cersei.
जिरे खोर्सानी जिरे खोर्सानी जिरे खोर्सानी
Let me hear the gunfire, agents. Let me hear it loud.
माथि देखि तलसम्म
कहाँ यस्तो टट्टी रेनालाई हेरेर कता गयो आज कस्तो यस्तो टट्टी आरबिसीलाई हेरेर सिधै भन्नु त
Reload. Grenade.
तिमी मरेको हेर्छु अब
Precision kill.
यो गए तिमी
कमेन्ट्री
गयो
कमेन्ट्री
हैट खाना आदियो
हेड लाग्यो तरी
Here. Go get him. Satchel out.
Charge your ults.
Oh, they had it.
Jets grounded. Ready for me. Ha! 4.
Lord Baelish.
Oi, blind.
10 seconds until stage change. Reloading.
खै त पुरै हुँदैन त यो
Stage 2.
हेलो 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 वेलकम वेलकम
Hello.
वेलकम कडा वेलकम वेलकम एभ्रीबॉडी वेलकम 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 chat वेलकम chat
Go get him.
वेलकम chat
यसरी वेलकम गर्छ मान्छेले म त मेरो त हेर्ने मात्र मान्छे त
Hey.
यसरी 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 What the fuck?
माइक चलिरहेछ अनि what the fuck
वो त्यस्तै बेलाकै
ल अब
New stage in 10.
हो भाइ
Bomb buddy out. Grenade.
तीन जनाले हेर्नु बसिरहेको मलाई
ल अब मेरो पालो 21 22 भइसकेपछि
Headshot.
ओ लाइभ गर्दा पनि यार कस्तो ग्यारेन्टी हुन्छ
ए खै हुँदो रहेछ
हुँदो रहेछ
Ultimate orb spawning.
दायाँदेखि बायाँसम्म बायाँदेखि दायाँसम्म
Ready for me.
यतादेखि नेतासम्म मुमेललाई मेरा
My ult ready.
के ओले मलाई च्यालेन्ज गरेको हो म्यान
Are you challenging me?
मलाई त बेलजम यार
10 seconds until stage change.
Reloading.
Final stage.
जिरो नभई
Bomb buddy out.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Grenade. Here comes this party.
ओए पैकेट लस भो
ओइ उता पो रहेछ ठाउँ नि छ है
ल पैकेट लस बन्द भयो तीनजना छ यार त्यहाँ
हिरो नभई हुन्न
Enemy down.
के ट्याक्टिक्स युजरमा छ
हिरो
ट्याक्टिक्स
नभई हुन्न what the fuck
ब्रो यार मुखमै हान्छ यार
मैले ब्लाइन्ड
मुखैमा हान्छ
Listen up. Three for me.
देखि तलसम्म
Not ready yet. Get it. Satchel up.
मायादेखि दायाँसम्म यतादेखि नेतासम्म हात्तीदेखि सुँडसम्म
कमाल कमाल गीत आउँछ
एन्जो एन्जो क्राउड हान्दो रहेछ जेटलाई देख्यो कि केटा कम्मरमा हान है कम्मरमा
Joke's over! You're dead!
ओ माय गॉड लो पछितिर
My ultimate is ready.
हात्तीदेखि सुँडसम्म
Get out of my way.
सोध्दैछु न मेरो टुरीलाई
के भन्छ गोविन्द के भन्छ
$1,000 yes yes for $1,000
हिलका आउँदैन भने साइड साइडमा मात्र हो है
Satchel out. Good attempt. Got one. Grenade. Ground. Reloading.
ओए टिम फायर खाएको
Duty is
ओइ होइन होला ओइ होइन होला कसम कुत्ता साला
तिमीबाट च्वाक छौ
satchel out.
यहाँ न साला पिक गरेको एकचोटि एउटालाई पिक गर्दै
Reloading.
को त्यो लेफ्टतिर गएको लुना भयो ए मैले चाहिँ कहाँ
blind.
पालेको
15 kills remaining.
कहाँ गऱ्यो
कहाँमाथि
One less.
सियामा एउटा हाने अर्को
I'm a good shot.
यत्रो पिक गरेको छैन नि अनि यस्तैको चिना
Jet's grounded.
I will again.
Grenade.
आरबीसी भाइ यति बस्दा खान कि आमा होला नि के आमा होला
Healing you. Ready.
हाल्छ
You are powerless.
Grounded.
Kills remaining.
80
ओ यो म्यान
Your fault. My ult's ready.
पिक गर त रेना
हिलेर आउँछ
कहाँ आएको के केटो कहाँ आएको थट
त रेनालाई ताकिरहेको के हेर हेर काम
Reloading.
रात मात्र होइन कि खालि यहाँबाट पिक गरे
आर्केस ड्राइभर रहेछ क्या हाम्रो हारेको
सप तीनजना वाचिङ एउटा म हो दुईटा को हो
म त छैन अरूलाई लगाइदिए भयो
ल आरबीसी भनेको को हो थाहा छैन ए हो यो म्याप लगाउन मजा आउँदैन ल दुईजना वाचिङ एउटा म एउटा को थाहा छैन सुबोधको 10 वाचिङ आउँछ 0 च्याटिङ आउँछ
मैले 6 वाचिङ
मेरो
कोही रिप्लाई
मेरो
गरेर
वाचिङ आउँछ 0 च्याटिङ आउँछ एनीवे
किच्छु
अनि यो बेला हैन क्या 2 त बज्दै छ
They have no idea how heartless I am.
दायाँदेखि बायाँसम्म बायाँदेखि दायाँसम्म यतादेखि नेतासम्म जब 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 छुँदै छुँदैन
केमा गिटारमा भर्खर खाना हो केमा केमा एमा गेम खेल्दै हो गेम खेल्दै हो अहिले गेम खेल्दै हो साथी
के हो मेरो ल्याब त अड्क्यो त सबै
के हो
स्टार्ट गरेको ब्याक गर
ल्या
के भयो
रेस्पेक्टेड गर्नु न
कोही गर्दै ब्याक गर्न मिल्दैन त ब्रो लिभ म्याच गर्न मिल्दैन थाहा छैन लाइभमा हेर तन्न भने
अड्क्यो
अड्क्यो
खेल
पहिलो
लाएर
कुरो
आउँदा
लोडिङ स्क्रिनमै अड्क्यो
गेम
अनि एकजनालाई अल्ट एफ हान न त अनि निस्किहाल्छ
ब्रो गेम हेरिराख न स्टेट ट्युन क्या स्टेट ट्युन कस्तो हो यार यो सानो मान्छे खोइ खुल्दैन त हौ म्याचिस के हो
ओके
यस्तो
उस गर न अल्ट एफ हान न एकजना
ल तिमीलाई मैले नै हान्ने त्यसो
हुँदैन त्यही पनि हुँदैन त्यो सेलेक्ट एजेन्ट सेलेक्ट गर्ने बेला मात्रै हो
के हो किन अड्क्यो कि
दस साइड
कसको गुड पिसी छ क्या एउटा बबार पिसी छ कि
सुबोध
हजुर मैले तिम्रो लागि अल टाइपमा हान्दिएको यार
होइन त अड्क्यो त
मलाई थाहा छैन नि त
ब्ल्याक स्क्रिन यहाँ त लाइभमा के हो
कसको
अरूले
लागि ए सुबोधको
के अरे के अरे के अरे भाइ
आरबी दाइ सबसे नम्बर पिसी भएर
गाइज सब्सक्राइब टु सुबोध एज वेल
आरबिसी हेलो
@
भित्र गेममा
सुबोधको के छ
सब बाइट
सब बाइट 0 यु क्यान सी इट ओभर हियर यहाँनिर छ यो रेनाको एफएनसी सब बाइट 0 सबै स्मलमा सब बाइट 0 लेख्ने आउँछ
मामाको घर रहेछ नि त
जेटको रहेछ नि त मामाकै घर रहेछ
मेरो
कसा थाहा
खुल्यो लम
एकछिन हाल्नु
मेरो त टास्क पनि खुल्दैन
गोइन्दे
काम लागेन नि तिमी जाऊ
उसको पछि खतरा छ हुन्छ त्यो
ब्रो हैन होला
खत्रै रहेछ नि त अनि
होला होला
एकछिन मेरो स्ट्रिम डेक खोइ
के हो मसँग त गनै छैन त what the fuck
एकछिन गरे हैन
होइन
मैले एक्जिट गर्दै जसले 10 घण्टासम्म एक्जिट गर्दैन त्यसलाई किकै
रोक म जो भित्र गयो
भाइ निस्क भाइ 1 2 3
निस्केला म त
4 5 6 7 8
ला
9
गयो आरबीसी
10 बच्यो यार
ला मामा हेर भइयो मामाको
अनि उसको त पिसी क्र्यास भएर उसले त पायो
ब्रो
PC
मलाई
हैन,
अरूको टेन्सन छैन क्या मलाई
Valorant।
लाइभ क्र्यास हुन्छ क्या मेरो अरू त त्यस्तै हो
अनि भ्यालेन्ट फेरि खोल न काटेर
ब्रो काटेकै छैन क्या टास्क म्यानेजरै खुल्ले होइन यो उसमा अड्किराख
विन्डो ट्याब युज गरेर अर्को विन्डो खोला न एउटा
ब्रो मलाई आउँदैन जस्तो लाग्छ त्यति गर्न कस्तो यार
चिल बहुत म तिम्रो लाइभ हेर्छु
लौडु मुला भन्दाखेरि पनि एक गरिसके भन्ने होला के त्यो त
लाइभमा त फेस क्याम
अफ कोर्स गरिसक्यो नि नभएर पो त म्याच
जाऊ तिम्रो लाइभ नै हेर्दैन मैले त्यसो भए
नहेर सिकन तिमीले हेरेर मेरो बिलियन सब्स्क्राइबर आएको जस्तो गर्छ यार
मैले मेरो खोलेँ होइन अनि लास्टमा म मेरै लाइफमा गएँ
मैले गर्दा हजुरलाई यो एक भिजा आउँछ
अनि मैले लाइभमा त ऊ मात्रै देखाइरहेको छु अहिले अनुहार मात्रै
खै हेरौँ न थोबडा ओ
म्याक्स
थोबडा
कन्ट्रोलर
प्रियङ्का
क्रिएट
चोपडा के छ
टास्क म्यानेजर प्लिज यार टास्क म्यानेजर देखाइदिए मैले फोर्स एक्जिट गर्थेँ यार कसरी गर्ने
के
टास्क म्यानेजर अब कसरी खोल्ने मैले
तल जाने राइट क्लिक गर्ने टास्क म्यानेजर खोल्ने
तर खोलिएन नि त मतलब आउँछ होइन अल ट्याब थिचेर त्यहाँ राइटमा आउँछ तर अल ट्याबै हुँदैन क्या
के भ्यालोरेन्ट काट्नु पर्यो होइन तिमीलाई
अँ
भ्यालोरेन्टमा
Alt
राइट
tab
क्लिक
होइन
अनि
विन्डो ट्याब
क्लोज विन्डो
दबाउन अनि
विन्डो ट्याबले नि भएन क्या कस्तो हो र मलाई आउँदैन जस्तो नगर न यार
आउँदैन त मुला आउने बेला त गर्थ्यो होला के रे
लामो हुँदको होइन भन्दैछु त कस्तो बुट टलेर छ हौ यहाँ चाहिँ
त बुटले हुन्छ र मुला
चुतड जस्तो नि तिमी जस्तो चुतड
साइन आउट गऱ्यो भने फेरि अफ हुन्छ होला होइन त्यो
साइन आउट गऱ्यो भने अफ हुन्छ क्या मेन
हजुर
माइकलको
हस्
साइन आउट गर्ने
हस्
बाहेक अप्सन देखिनँ मैले
हजुर
तिम्रो खै त यहाँ त लिङ्क नै आएन त
अरे
Potential.
गयो त भ्यालोरेन्ट
అమ్మా వెంటనే लव लाइफ तो और क्या
एकैछिन फुर्सद छैन पर्छ चट्टारो अब यो पुरोमा सधैँ झट्टारो खानु न पिउन हजुर
चुस्देऊ मेरो लाडो
What the fuck?
लियोको यस्तै हुन्छ के घरिघरि सन
गर्नु गर्ला भन्दा भन्दै मरिसक्यो आशै जे गरे नि सुख छैन ए मेरी बासै
हाम्रोबाट एकजना को गयो
मेरी
रोहन।
बासै मेरी
कहाँ गयो बट?
बासै
ल बट त एकचोटि गरेछ यो त
को रोने
छैन हौ
ए let me text him real
बन्द भयो भन्दै थियो
के बन्द भयो?
रोहनको नाम के छ रोहन मिश्रा
गेम बन्द भयो भन्दै
रोहन त मेरो
नआछ यार हाँसिरहेछ मैले त म्युट गरेको छु होला ए मैले म्युट गरेको छु
What the?
मैले अस्ति म्युट गरेको क्या म त यस्तरी हाँस्यो भन्दा अनि कहाँ म त पागल भइहाल्छु नि त्यस्तो सुनेर
बट इज ब्याक
जेजेर भ्यान्डल गिफ्ट गरिदिन्छु ल
कुन सेन्समा इन्फ्लुएन्स
जस्तो सुकै जानमा जे पनि
पोर्टफोलियो
हुन्छ
देखाउने होला।
गरेर नि इम्प्रेस हुन सक्छ जे पनि हुन्छ सक्छ म इम्प्रेसन हो तर तिमीसँग टाइम छ पुरै होल
गर्दा नि त्यस्तो बक्छ म चाहिँ आइएम आउट
म पनि गर्दैन
म खुसी हुन पर्यो
आइएम आउट एउटा
मेरो डोले मलाई गिफ्टै दिएन यार यो नयाँ बन्डल
तिमीले चाहिँ मलाई दिए अस्ति
राकेशले नयाँ भ्यान्डल मनपर्छ राकेश गइदिनु नि त
ना ब्रो ना उलाई खुसी गराउँदा हैन वही
के गरे
सकिन
स्निफरलाई उता
किन
पठाउँछ
हुँदा
स्निफर रुज
गेममै ल बबाल खेल न
स्निफर रुज
गेममा बबाल खेल मेरो मलाई क्यारी गर क्लच हान
रन यता आउन
एक्सचेन्ज
मैले त के बोल्यो कि त्यही भाइ 10 पास गरेर आइज
आरसीबी त आउट हो सेन्सीलाई पनि चान्स दिन्छ आरसीबी त आउट हो आरसीबी त हाँसेन मन पर्दैन
सुरु हुने से पहिले खतम भयो
हैन उसले हाँसेन भन्दा त्यही त ऊ हाँसेन भन्दा इम्प्रेस भइहाल्यो नि
अनि भइहाल्यो what the
त्यही त।
fuck त
हुँदैन
हुन्छ
त्यही डिस्क्वालिफाई
हुन्छ
गर्छ
क्या?
नि त
डिस्क्वालिफाई भयो
यसो ट्रोल हान्ने खालेको लिउँ न यार
Alright, where's the fight?
तलदेखि माथिसम्म माथिदेखि तलसम्म दायाँदेखि बायाँसम्म बायाँदेखि
Look it up. Shield and sword. ए उस आए रोहन आए 45
अल्लाह
3v4 खेलेको है हिजो
हिजो 4v4 हेलेको
नाइ त उसलाई त उस बाइक के त्यो रातिको त सरी एभ्रीवन बाइक त्यो भन्दा पहिला
कहाँ गयो त्यो
त्योभन्दा पहिला त मासँग खेलेको थियो नि
बोलाउँछु डिसीमा एड छ नि
We will not withdraw until they're ready and I
सब्सक्राइबर अन्ने गेम्स खेल्दै
अर्कोमा गए
किन अर्कोमा जाने हो र
हेर्दैन
को यो ओए ओए बन्द गर त ओए निकाल्दिन्छु
ओ के गर्नु त
कसले गरे त हेर्नु न त्यहाँ कसले गरे हेर्नु न त्यहाँ अनि बोल्नु न
यो सेन्से यार यो सेन्सेले गर्छ यार ओ सेन्से नगर त बन्द गर त मेरो बक्स दिएन है
अर्को भोइस च्यानलमा जाम न त
यार हामी देख्ने यार क्लो कस्तो
जेटको नि पछाडिबाट त राम्रो देख्छ
केटा इम्प्रेस गर नि एकजनाले यार एकजना है इम्प्रेस गरौ न यार ह्यान्डल जोसँग भयो नि यार
Enemy spotted mid. Reloading. Time to hunt. Someone got destroyed.
ल देखेथे नि म्याच त्यसै गइदिरा
Reloading. Healing over here.
ब्याकस्ट्याप बाहिर है ब्याकस्ट्याप बाहिर है फिनिक्स ब्याकस्ट्याप
हैन हो आज न म
Reloading. Enemy spotted mid.
हैन त
अगाडि आफू त थियो
20 एचपी पनि ड्यामेज भएन मलाई
दुईजना
मिडमा
एकजना रोड हेर्न पर्छ यार
ओ मेरो त फ्ल्यासै फर्केर नआउने रहेछ त के फर्केर आउँछ त मेरो
आउँदैन नि
Headshot.
कसै
यहाँबाट
फेस हुँदैन नि अब त्यो
Someone's in defender.
30 seconds left.
Here.
छोड दे बन्द छैन ढोका छैन
यहाँ छ एउटा
10 seconds left.
Enemy spotted A.
what the fuck उफ्रेर आइदियो
लो छ लास्ट लो छ मेनमा
Last player standing.
scanning ahead.
Spike down A.
ब्रो मर हो मर त्यस्तो लाउन सेभर जान्छ
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
What on the specter skin?
हैन
What's that on it?
त्यही हो अब सबै
अर्को च्यानलमा हाल्नु यार के गर्नु भनेको कन्सर्ट दिइहाल्छ
आरबीसी टीवी डिस्कॉर्ड में पोस्टर खोलो
पागल हो के उ
अस्तिको पुगेन जस्तो
त्यसै डिस्क्वालिफाई छन् नि
I got the spike. Healing over here. There. Time to hunt.
मार्केट खुलेको
Reloading. Scout destroyed. Hawk out.
यताबाट थिए
Blinded. There.
एवढे
There.
आछो
Heal
78
squad. Someone's in defender spawn. Hawk out. Someone's in defender
Blinded.
spawn.
ओए छ्या
Healing over here.
30 seconds left.
कति खेर आउँदै उता एमा
अझै यहाँ छ सेभ हुन्छ
दिएँ मैले
ल म छोड
औ ए पेता के गरे सिगल मुला
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Five boys gone.
88
गोविन्दलाई के भयो किन नभोले
30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted A.
रेना फ्ल्याशिङ है रेना फ्ल्याशिङ है
Last player standing.
क्या मैं साला
ब्याक स्टेप ब्रिज हैन
म साइडमा मरे अब
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
लियो त
हजुर
आइदिन न
ओक लिनु पर्ने रहेछ
सधैँ बी वाला हुन्छ ब्रिज बी रन्डीको बान कस्तो म्याच साला
Enough. My ult.
भनेको
Last player
ब्रिज अहिले
standing.
मिडमा हुन्छ यो ब्रिजलाई पहिला चोदौँ त सबजना मिलेर
मलाई किन मरिसक्यो छोडेको यार होइन
Scanning ahead.
कस्तो मरिसक्यो भनेर छोड्या हो यहीँ छ त गोली पनि हाने होइन
हामी त्यो फ्ल्यास हानेको मरेर छोडेको होइन
30 seconds left.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
I'm
Bro,
a man
माथि त्यो बोल्ट
with a
फ्यान्टम देऊ न
plan.
बाइ गरेर देऊ न
बाइ मागन
अगो एउटाले
Gun here. Here. Let's fly.
Revealing area.
Hawk out. Blinded. Seek them out. Found one.
यहाँ क्लोज छ एउटा
There's another.
फक यार
3 for 3. There. Loosen up. Hawk out. Blinded. Our spy carrier's down.
Spike down B.
Heal up, squad. My ult
अल्बेन
ready.
हान न यी एन्जो के हो र तिमी यार सट्टी हो बे तिमी यार
यही छ यही चाहिँ
Last
I got the
player
spike.
standing.
कहाँ छ
राइटमा राइटमा अरे यार त म्याच सल
ओइ
पुग्यो यार केटो
कत्रो घुमिछ यार
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
टाक टाक
टपक टप बन्द
के भयो
रेड खेला ए त्यो रेड खेला थाले मैले
One less. Hawk out.
पछाडी
Here.
एउटा यहाँ पनि छ
Enemy spotted mid. Fireboy's gone.
त्यही छ
96 रेना पछाडी छ है
Reloading.
हिल गरा
One enemy remaining.
You will not kill my ally.
कहाँ हो त्यो
ओए त्यही छ हान्दियो
आयो
One enemy remaining.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Enzo Mulagu.
Now we're on the right path. Let's keep going.
मलाई फ्यान्डम देऊ न बरु ए यही छ द्याट स्किन व्हाट द फक
Help a
thank
girl
you.
out, would you?
रोको म तिमीलाई बाइदिन्छु ल
पेकले चाहिँ हामीलाई हान्छ त त्यही गर्दैन थाहा भएको कुरा
त्यो चाहिँ वाल यसरी उठाउँछ कि त्यो ट्याक अलिकति साइडमा पारेर उठाउँछ है हातले
My ult's ready. Found one. Hawk out. Blinded. Nailed it. You had your spotted B. My
छोड
turn.
दे रोनी छोड दे पछाडी आइज कहाँ मलाई सुरु भनेको मा कसम
Joke's
यार
over. You're dead.
सोभा त्यसै
Last player standing.
एक छोडेर
लाइन थियो म त लाइन थियो म
मलाई और बान्दिएर
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be
फ्यान्डम
fine.
किन फ्यान्डम
लाइन खाए
ओ जिन्दी दे
मसँग एउटा प्लान त छ मलाई भिसिडी खेलाए जस्तो खेलेर अन्त अनि
ठिकै छ बीमा शेषको वाल
Nice.
रेनोवेट टप पबितिर
साइडै छोड्दैन अनि तर हामी चारजना खेले चाहिँ हामीले धेरै पैसा पाउनु पर्ने हो कि पाउँदैन
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Gone.
ल एक गोल नलाए पनि हुन्छ अरे
के रे यो चाहिँ यो वाइ
Enemies
तेरो छ
Eyes up.
80 ड्यामेज हाल्यो
ए फिनिक्सले पछाडि आएर मारेको ए
Don't give them ground.
सोभा यहाँ आउ त
पिटे छ त
Reloading. Hawk out.
Revealing area.
ओए छोरा मिल्न
Heal up.
टाढै स्थितिमा
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
स्टन र मोली खायो
बडा और बाहिर गयो
Spike dropped. I got the spike.
Last player standing. Flawless.
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
Take out their healer.
किन होला दिएको स्मोक what the fuck तिमी त बौला हो के कस्तो
वाल फुटाउँछ नि त यिनीहरूले झ्याप्पै आयो
तिमीलाई त थाहा नै छैन वाल कतना निर हुन्छ हैन
र तेरा मिडमा दुई जना
ओइ सरी
मिड पुश गर केटा त्यहाँ पेल छ है
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Get out of here.
ब्लक गरेर
No chance.
ट्रेन पनि छ है
यहाँ थियो नि
फिनिक्स पनि छ रेना पनि
Enemy
छ
spotted mid. There.
Take flight.
सेज मात्रै हो बीमा सेज पनि आइसक्यो बी क्लियर
Blocking sight.
रेना गइसक्यो होला तिमीले भनेको सुन्नु थियो उह
Enemy spotted.
मेनमा गएर बसिरहेको
सिधा माथि हेर्नु
सिधै माथि हेर्नु
सिधै माथि हान्न पनि तिमीले सिधै माथि हेरेन जस्तो
सिधै माथि हेरे जस्तो
We are strong because we are together.
ए त्यो भुइँ बाङ्गो टिङ्गो रहेछ नि त यहाँ
तर हामीसँग एउटा स्मोक नभएर कति गाह्रो फिल भयो यार
है त्यही त
स्मोकको भ्यालु कति छ यार स्मोक भइदियो भाइ मजालाई यहाँ स्मोक ल्याम्पमा यहाँ पोस् यहाँ स्मोक ल्याम्पमा यता पोस् ब्याङ्क सोना सक्यो स्पाइक
I have the spike. Hawk out. Reloading. Grenade.
लास्ट यार यार गेस मार्छम
Reloading.
ओइ सिस पछाडी
Dropped.
रन्डी
You're dead.
अघिदेखि त्यही बक्सदी गरेछ गरे ल्याग खोया ल्याग
कतना गयो हो बो
त हेडफोनै छैन नि
Last player
more.
standing.
My ult is ready.
Spike down mid.
यिनी चाहिँ लास्टसम्म कसरी बाँच्छन् भन्दैन म त
मारेर
सही हो यार मान्छे त
त्यही त हैन 5 राउन्ड त्यही त
Last round
त्यही
before
त
the
5
switch.
राउन्ड देखि तिमी त्यहाँ आकै छैन हामीलाई त थाहा नै छैन तिमी त्यहाँ आउँछ भनेर है
यस्तो यस्तो हो क्या
हामी त हेडफोनै बिना खेलेर
लक्की सर्ट हो क्या अघि तिमीले हानेको लक्की
त्यो त
प्याकेट लजाएको थियो नत्र कहाँ हान्न सक्छौ तिमीले त्यट हावाकर गर्छौ
त्यही भने यार हुन त यार म जस्तो नुब त यार
कहाँ रेड ब्लड सेल हान्न सकिन्छ हो यार
Track them down.
व्हाइट ब्लड सेल हुनुपर्छ रेड ब्लड सेल अब हेर यहाँ कसरी बस्छ
अभि दिएको चाहिँ
Scanning ahead.
क्लोज छैन क्लोजै छैन क्लोजै छैन
Spike down A.
3 जना छन् यार जुन साइडमा गयो त्यो साइडमा 3 जना कसरी छन् के एउटाले मेरो
ओइ प्याकेट बस
कहाँ नि त्यो चिला बन्छ
Ouch.
यहाँ यता थियो है के भन्छ यसको बट्टामा देख्ने रहेछ
Get it. Enemy spotted A. Blocking sight. Enemy spotted
जा
A.
जा जा उडेर जा
मलाई
Last player standing.
त्यही अगाडि स्मोक हान्दा अनि उडेर जा भने बिचार कसरी हान्नुहोस् त अनि इनविन नदेखिकन
अनि म त
मैले कस्तो काम लाग्थ्यो तिम्रो स्मोक
Switching sides.
भन्ने गइहाल्यो
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways are best.
Careful here.
Of course.
ठ्याक्कै त्यो ढोका बन्द गर्न ठाउँ
Blinded. Spotted B.
What the fuck? Hey, how all patadi?
Spike planted.
Bomb buddy out.
Reloading.
In second 20 second
रुको यो नड गयो
Bro, flash हान्छ है।
Reloading.
My turn up there.
Multiple.
Sammy.
Last player standing.
ओइ मे
Match point.
ये लास्ट काउंट
Oh. बन्दै गर्नुपर्छ के भोलिबाट
Find the weak point and break it.
तेरो बिना मेरो
ब्रो होइन भने जहिले त्यही हो के कस्तो त्यही भएर त मैले अघि नै भने नि
Hawk out. Blinded. Time to hunt. Scout
Top line
destroyed.
time
Enemy spotted B. Hawk out. Blinded. Healing over here.
ओइ ओइ से
त्यहाँबाट।
ओइ यहाँ
Last player standing.
अटैक
70 right.
Attackers win.
बवाल खेले यार केटाले बवाल
है कुन त बाइन्ड खेल्ने कि ब्रिज खेल्ने
ब्रिज त नआउँ
ब्रिज त नै
आइसबक्स खेल्ने
Xbox
हुन्छ
नहीं
Xbox बरु
हिजो खेले थे और हैन
लास्ट गेम मेरो थियो कडा अलिकति उ गरेर लियो है
अलिकति सिरियस भएर ओके
टन के खेल्छस् म खेल्दिनँ सुपर डुएलिस्ट जाऊ त
उसनी फर नल्याउ न त्यो
के लेले
उ खेलन
ओ।
भइहाल्यो नि ल जितिहाल्यो
जितिहाल्यो जितिहाल्यो
आन्सर ले दे यार
Together, we'll crush them.
दुईटा सुन
तिम्रो लाइन अप
च्याटा कसैले के लेख्दैन मलाई नो वाचिङ भने 1 2 3 4 5 लगातार मैले मेरो च्यानल खोलेको होइन लगातार 6 वटा भिडियो सजेसनमा आइरहेको मैले अहिले अर्कै च्यानलबाट हेरिरहेको छु क्या लगातार 6 वटा लाइभ सजेसनमा आइरहेको
तँ न्यू गेम प्लस खेला हो
3 4 5 6
ला सुबोधले त इग्नोर रे डुओलाई
भनिरहेको छु त
आउ भने
के उको के गरेको
न्यू गेम प्लस के
सिनेमा गर्नु छैन अहिले
एकचोटि सकाएपछि फेरि खेल्ने त्यसमा चाहिँ नि तिम्रो सबै पावर अपहरु सबै पहिल्यै हुन्छ के
ए हैन हैन त्यसो चाहिँ हैन
ए न्यू गेमै खेले
What is a red seal ship from the Tokugawa?
बच्चाहरूलाई देखाएको है कसरी कसरी खेल्छ
बुढी
भने
बुढी खायो अरू बच्चाहरू अरे त अति भयो त च्या
ओए ल ब्रो म त तीनचोटी मरेर मैले त्यो मेन बसलाई मारे ल तिमी आएर ल एकचोटी गर त ल एकचोटी गर त तिमी कतिचोटी मर्दो रहेछ हामी पनि हेरौँ त
हो गेला आर्गस च्यालेन्ज गर्दिमलाई म
3 बाट 4 पुग्यो भने
अर्को महिना ल
अर्को महिना के हुन्छ कन्ट्रोलर आउँछ क्या
जिबी लिग अहिले कहाँ लेखा त
मेरो लाइन एउटा लिइदेऊ न 5070 Ti
अरु के
अरु प्रोसेसर पनि अलि राम्रो राइजन 7 राइजन 9
माउस
मोस्ट अफ चाहिँदैन मलाई त्यति खर्च पनि गराउँदैन हो म
किबोर्ड के चाहिएको उनीहरुले
गर्दैन म प्रोसेसर र जिपी मात्र दियो
किडनी बेच्दै हो
ल
उतै ब्याकट्याप छैन ए मतलब हिँड्ने छैन ब्याकट्याप
यहाँ हुन्छ यार डीजी बट नि
कहाँ गयो उतै त आउनु
सुपरम्यानमा एउटा खेल गरे
रेज त आउनु
माथि चाहिँ किचनतिर नि चढे थिए
हिले गर्न मिल्दैन नि
Last player standing.
यहाँ थियो क्या यता थियो
डिफ एकजना
त्यहाँ
डिफमा बस्छ नि कस्तो लाग्छ त आफ्नै अकाउन्टले आफूलाई मार्दा
बानी नै हैन यार याल्लो भन्नलाई यार
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
ओ यो ठाउँलाई के भन्छ यसलाई सिटी भन्छ
Right there.
यो के हो यो बोल्डर बोइलर
Oye, me va a pues, tío.
किचन हेरे हैन
छैन मैले किचन हेरे
कसैले हेरे हैन
भनेको त नि अनि
हामी किचनमै छौँ के कसैले हेरेर हैन भने
त्यही भने माइनर किचन बीमा अरु उडाएर
Shadows traveling.
Walls up. Blocking.
बिया
मैले हेरिरहेको थिएँ
Enemy spotted me.
Reloaded.
Or you. Reloading.
Flooding them.
ओए 67 69
एउटा प्लान
Last player standing. Spike down B.
टिपी हाने क्या सायदै
यही कुनातिर हुन्छ
30 seconds left. Flawless.
Sage, the life you give. Do you ever wonder where it's taken from?
यो त खतरा रहेछ यार यो फ्रेन्जी त एल्डर फ्रेममा
हजुर क्या मेल्दै हो
के गर्ने हो सुबोध
पहमा सोध्दैछु 2 राउन्ड भयो पह
के त अनि मोबाइल दिने
Stay in the moment.
मोबाइल दिने
किन आइसो धेरै अगाडि नजाऊ है
एउटा क्लोज है यहाँ 22 छ यहाँ क्लोज राइट
गेम भित्र म
यहाँ वाल छ कहाँ
त्यो त्यहाँ बसिरहेको छ यता ठ्याक्कै यता एउटा इभेन्टमा ल
Spike down A.
ओए ओए ओए
74
स्पाइक डाउन भएको छ
What the fuck timing
औकाता बस के औकाता
फाइबर लो छ
Last one.
तलबाट आइदिनु
हाइपर त लो नै छ है 74 खाछ भाइ पनि
Wave crashing.
There.
Hello. दुईटै
कमन स्क्रिन्समा छ
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Blocking fire. Spike planted. Ultimate ready.
कहाँ पुग्यो मान्छे
लो मैं क्या सुन
खाइ भइदियो नि त
My proximity to death really added to the fun.
मिस्टर इन्डिया भइदिरा हो
No one can repel Harbor when he's fighting like
के गराउनु
this.
भइदिएर इन्जोय गर्दैन फ्यान्डम
मिस्टर इन्डिया होइन क्या त्यो गेम सेन्स नभए अन्त त्यसलाई
सोनिक what the fuck तिमीलाई हेर त
यार भएर
सजिलो अजित न यार होइन
That really
Second
could
round.
work for just anyone, Harbor. For you.
लाइनअप वाला मान्छेलाई के भएछ र अहिले
अनि कहाँ यहाँ डिफेन्डिङमा कहाँ लाइन अप
ब्याकबाट आउन सक्छ है ब्याक हेर ल एकजनाले
कस्तो कुरा गरे लाइनअप हरेक किसिममा हुन्छ लाइनअप
Spike down. Attacker
One enemy.
spawn.
अलिक सिकिन हरेक वाला
Last player standing.
मलाई यस्तै हो
ए है
पैसा
See that?
ठीक है
They think they're the best until we prove them wrong.
प्लानिक इन्जोयलाई किनेर देऊ न किन्देऊ न
यहाँ हिँड त हिँड
On my mark.
चलाउने
Right there.
तिम्रो आरजीएक्स छ यसमा
नाइ हो उतादेखि चोरेको
I need to blow something up.
लियोलाई पो भने मुला
Let's turn the tide. Water rising. Cover going out. Stealing sight. Stay down. Cover going out.
Bomb buddy out. Reloading.
Target down.
Reloading.
है त त्यो जान
Wall raised.
Shield going out.
हुन्छ
Barrier down.
Spike down A.
Got 3.
यहाँ भित्र
Last player standing.
सुजल तिमी के हेरेर यार त्यहाँ
They want to dance? I'll lead.
पेन्डल छैन भनेको सेन
के आरजीएक्स चलाउँ त अनि
ल थ्याङ्क यू ए छ त हामीसँग होइन पेन्डल चलाउँछ नि प्लिज
आइएन छ
Trust in my team.
म मर्दिहाल्छु नि अल्ट हान्छु म आऊ न मेरो अल्ट साइडमा बस्नु न
Wave crashing.
मिडमा वाल
पैकेट लो सर
Shadows traveling.
मिड देवी होला
Barrier created.
प्लान्टिङ
Spike planted. My ultimate is ready.
भाइ तिम्रो साइडमा छ होला
ताने
It's you and me.
अभिसु
Too slow.
-84 वोमेन -84 women.
114 हिल गर्छ होला त्यसले
Last player standing.
ला सीने
One enemy remaining.
हिल भयो क्या
छैन च्याम्पियन उठाउ न बरु
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Break? Nowhere.
That's all. Final कसैसँग भाइ
बरु बरु
एमा
बीमा
एमा त्यो उसको वाल हार्डवर्क
Get ready.
रोने
Enemy spotted A.
क्यों कर रहा है यार
ट्र्याकै छैन यसो मसँग ए
अरे न उता छ कहाँ भन्ने हो त्यो वालमा ग्याप छ
एक्स्ट्रा
One enemy remaining.
कस एक्स्ट्रा भाइ लिना त उतै ब्ल्यान्ड दिएको थियो उतै ब्ल्यान्ड दिएको
घुम्छ नि त
माथि वोमेन चाहिँ
फक यार
सेफ
Last player standing.
ओइ
मलाई पुश गर्ने कि नगर्ने
नगर्ने अरे
ओइ थियो ओइ झन्डै दियो
दिँदैन क्या दिँदैन रुन्दै हुँदा कहाँ
They stumble. Now is our chance.
एक्स्ट्रा भेट्ने एउटा भएन कि
कति जस्तो नगर त कुरा फेरि फेक्टर चलाउनु पैसा छ त नचलाउ त्यसो भए
Together.
क्लासिक चलाएर बस
रन तँलाई छिर्नु नै छ होइन पक 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 पक
ओ यो एन्जलले थ्रो गरेर है
जा जा जा
के काम दियो आबा बे
छ यार सबजना मिडमै बसिरहनु क्या
पुश गर भने पुश गर पुश गर पुश गर 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 सक्तो गर सक्तो गर सक्तो मान्छे मार तर नाइस मार अझै मार 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 मरेर आइज मरेर आइज
Spike down mid.
Damage thing.
Shield going up.
कहाँ गएर हो यो स्लिपर
ममा चाहिँ ल
यो त लोइ होला दुवै
Kill confirmed. Wave crashing.
One enemy remaining.
What the fuck?
तल स्पाइक
All targets cleared.
They're going to
ल
scatter
ब्रिम
from my
देखिन लाग्थ्यो मेरोमा
super easy to pick up.
मेरो त के लास्ट खेल्यो रे ब्रो तिमी 0 किलमा छौ पिङले चाहिँ तिमीसँग खेल्यो क्या
आराम से
Oh, Sage. Heal गर्दैन न
For you.
Flooding them.
अन्त त्यो त देखेन
मिडमा छ दुईजना छ मिडमा
बी प्लान्टिङ
केटाहरुको सेभ राउन्ड छ शेरिफ मात्र छ
Barrier.
मेरो भ्यान्डल उठा होला
Your duty is done. Enemy spotted B.
नलुका न हो केटा हो नलुका
किन बसे
Last player standing.
लड्दै मारे
कहाँ भाग्यो भने यार पेस्तोल लिएर भयो भने हान्न पर्थ्यो नि मैले भने त तिनीहरूसँग शेरिफ मात्र छ भ्यान्डल छैन भने त
रुगनले
एन्जॉय मलाई पेन्डम देऊ न एन्जॉय पेन्डम देऊ न
Right there.
गुवाच ट्याप दिन्छ एकचोटि हेर त
What a rising.
You are a wise man भन्थ्यो नि एउटाले
अनि म तिमीले यसो गर्यो म त मलाई लियो भनेको
वाल लाउन तरिका
वाल तिमीले हग्यो है यस्तो वाल चाहिँ नहान है
मलाई हेल गर्दै होला हेल गर्दैन
My ultimate is ready.
Reloading.
1 2 7
Reloading.
त भनरेबल भयो के मिलेन है
ट्याङ्क हेर त
एकजना त मर्यो
मैले हेरेको छु चिन्ता नगर
ओइ से हिल्छ
छैन मलाई हर गरे
Walls up.
भित्र खान माथि थ्रोन्स हानेर बस्छ
Satchel out.
म त कहाँ आउँछ थ्रोन्स भन्छु नि अचानक
सेभ गर हो सेभ गर
आरबीसी
2v4 त कहाँ सक्छ भने तीनजना
मिडमै छ मिडमै एकजना आए
Ultimate ready.
एक्जिट फ्र्याग लियो
नाइस
Move
हो
together and overwhelm them.
कहाँ 2v4 त हान्न कहाँ सक्छ त भने यार दुईजना त्यही माथि 1 एचपी छ तीनजना
लो म्याचिस ड्यामेज भयो यार म त ओइ हिल्यो त
ल कुलडाउन नै नघट्ने रहेछ
रोने फेरि आएको जस्तो ल
कुलडाउन नै नघट्ने रहेछ
गाड फाटेर आइज सब
Our spike is down.
मुला स्पाइक लगेछ
अल्ट छ ल ए भर्खर किन हल्यो अहिले फाल्न पर्छ के रे हावा त्यही माथि
Welcome to my world.
लौडा गरेर त्यहाँ अल्ट हानेर बस्यो
ओमेन
ब्रो भने त तँले
तिमी गु हो के मुला तिमी गु तिमीलाई मैले मलिफ्याका भने अल्ट हान्न भने पोसट पप्पु लाइन अप छ
लाइन अप अर्को मात्रै छ भने
कौन है
Multiple enemies A.
30 seconds left.
Cover.
बॉक्स पछाड थियो
Last player standing. Spike down A. Last round in the half.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all.
We cannot keep our goods.
मलाई बाइदिउ न
तिमी त
आरपीसी
कस्तो हो यार तिमी त हान्छौ त यार
यो आरपीसी यता दिन भइहाल्यो नि एउटा त छ
आना क्या
I will hold up the sky.
ओए फिनाटीको म्याच छ त आज वाच पार्टी हान्नु पर्छ पिक गर न केटा पिक गर मार त्यो मान्छेले त्यहाँ त्यस्तो वाइड पिक गरेर बसिरह केटाहरु स्मोक भित्र बसिरहन्
128 आइसो
Last player standing.
आइसोलो छ है
जोले नि यो हट बजाएको नि म्या कसम भुक खायो के त्यसले
Switching sides.
हवा बेरन
Careful here.
इन्जुको काम होला कि
Careful here.
यहाँ प्लान्ट हान्ने मैले मार्क गरेँ
Careful here. Right there.
यता प्लान गर्छ
त्यो तल बीको पनि हो बीको त्यो घरको तल
Bring it back.
No charges.
ओइ मे कभर दे
Spike planted.
देऊ मैले भनेको रेन्ज हो
हुन सक्छ
यता लाइन अप छैन मसँग
हैन जसले त्यस्तो गर्छ त्यसको त
Same
रन्डी नै हो के रन्डी भन्दैछ
Shadows traveling.
Blocking fire.
खबर
66 आइसो 66 पछाडि छैन पछाडि
Last player standing.
हाफ भइसक्यो थिएँ
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
आउन फेरि एकचोटि मैले त भाइ हान्ने
भाइ त हान्नुपर्छ ल
I have your back.
because there is nothing we can do
Walls up.
बाइक लिगर
मैले
कहाँ मलाई दिन्छ अब
लाइन खाए
लाइन
मा त्यहाँ आइसक्यो
Last player standing.
115 आइसो
Spike down B.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Can someone spot me?
कहाँ गयो
नेट स्टक नेट स्टक
त दिव्या नेटो के आएर नेटो कमाएर चाहिँ
Spike down B.
किचन go.
Flooding them.
Dropped.
Raise 35. Garage.
Smoke भित्र
नलाग्ने रे
स्मोक भित्र जाऊ
One enemy remaining.
टी ब्याग हान ल रोने एस
को हो यो डाक्टर लेजेन्ड ए सेभ गर्छ ए सोनिक होइन डाक्टर लेजेन्ड सोनिकले गर्दैन
115
Combat data finalized and submitted.
कसले हैन गर्दैन र्याङ्क छ नि त धेरै सेभ गर्ने नि उयो
Wait until I blind them to strike.
ब्रो म गर्दिन है चप्पाइले
ब्रो र्याङ्कको कुरै छोड न कस्टममा गर्छ तिमीले त 150 मा गरे तिमीले
जाऊ न
गर्दैन अरे केडी जस्तो गर्दैन
माग
यो के गरे त केही छैन यार ओए बाहिर त
Spike त लिएर आऊ एकजना
Walls up.
स्मोक तिमीसँग हुन्छ के गुए तिमी कस्ता मान्छे हो मेरो
नेक्स्ट बायो सोनी के गरे
म अर्को ठाउँ हेर्न त
सनिक सेभ गरेर
ग्यारेजमा
माछिने कस्तो आएको छ यार म
कहाँ पैसा छ दुईटा नि थियो
Not today.
साइडमा
One enemy remaining.
यहाँ छ बट
भने हावा रे
माथि
अनि यहाँबाट
अनि यहाँबाट आइराको त छिरो कि छिरेन तँ त भन्नी होला के रे यार
I know
okay.
what must be done.
ओके रे
100% दिइराहु यार अब यस्तो रन गरी के भन्छ के
कहाँ भाग्ने भने
भागा मुला एम छोडेर बहुत के भन्छ नि एफ के हान्दै बस्दै गर्छ
अनि रन भनेन त रन भने त भाग्ने त नि
त्यही त भाग नि त
Water rising.
एक्लै गाड पेलाइराहु र अनि यहाँ दिमागको भत्ता बनाइराहु कहिले नछ
Cover going out. Shield going out.
Wrong buddy out.
Spike down.
माथि छ
A.
एकजना
Ultimate ready.
यता छ एकजना यता त्यही आयो होला है
Reloading. Water rising.
मलाई नेटो पढ्नु यार छोडेन
बम डाउन थियो के भयो
Shadows traveling.
के हो नेटो
3% कन्सिस्टेन्टली दिइरहेको छ नि मेरो त
यही छ बम
के
3% प्याकेट लस कन्सिस्टेन्ट छ मेरो
30 seconds left.
हेल गरे हैन
त्यही
कस्तो टाउकोमा लान छोडेको यार मेरो
टच गराएर गर्छन् नि
फ्ल्याङ्क एउटा फ्ल्याङ्क
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
नाइस
One enemy remaining.
प्ले टाइम ध्यान न जोड दे
सेभ गर
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
उपाय छैन हो म्या कोही म्या कत्रो पैसा हो त्यो बाबरे कत्रो पैसा
कत्रो पैसा रे कत्रो पैसा 1000 को नोट त उस्तै हुन्छ त सबैको
बुटलको भाषा चढेन मलाई
ओइ
ल्यान्ड टाइम हेर्छ
ला बिचरा एन्जोले लाइनअपै हान्न पाएन यार प्लान गरौ न
लाइनअप मलाई गु जस्तो लाइनअप
यहाँ छ
It's you and me.
अबे छिर्न देऊ हेरौँला
Cover going out.
छिरे ओमन छिरिसक्यो ओमन हेर्छ
एउटा त यहीँबाट रहेछ
One enemy remaining.
बाइक त कहाँ कुना गरेको
यहाँ ल्याएर दिनु भयो नि त कसले हो देखो
साइड पनि क्लियर नगर्दिकिन गएर हावा यार
सेभ गर
सक्दैन टिपी हान स्पाइक
30 seconds left.
नमारेर नाइफ हान
नाइफ त हान मे तर गनले नमार यो बटलाई
ए त्यसो त गनले मार ओडिनले मार केटा
अपले मार्छ म्याच या टाइम छैन भ्याउन
डिङ घुसाइदियो बाइबरको पछि र
10 seconds left.
दम रहन्छ भर्खरै रिवाज गरेको
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
ए 14 मिनेट बाँकी रहेछ पेनाल्टीको सुरु हुन
के को
Fnatic versus Team Liquid.
Try not to get shot.
दुई जोडी भन्छ क्या यार Fnatic versus Team Liquid.
रवि छ ओइ भाइपर 1 HP छ है
Water rising.
लौडा से छ र मुला सेजिल गे उस पनि टिम पनि कुको थाहा हैन यस्ता बट छ मुला
मैले टिपी हाने
Wave crashing. Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
अफ छ ल पिक धेरै नदेऊ
Headshot. Cover going out.
जाउन तिमीले
हैट तेरी की हैट कस्तो के हो यार यो एबिलिटी
Last player standing.
अफोर्टी काल हान्न नपाए के सुरुमा
हेर न यहाँ
भएन भएन लाइन भएन नि तो इग्नोर लाइन भएन नि तो त्यो ब्लाइन्ड पबान ब्लाइन्ड
ब्रो
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
पैसा सेभ भएन
यो मलाई बचेको एन्जो साला लक्की न साला वाल ब्याङ ला
Can someone spot me?
वाल ब्याङ ओपनमा गएर हाने एकदम हाने
हैन हौ एन्जोलाई चाहिँ
नदी वाला
ए त्यहाँ प्याकेट लगेर खेल्न सकेन यार
Wave crashing.
म त के बोल्दिन यार
Careful here. Water rising.
लाइन गर्ने कोही छैन अब म्याच
सोतको वाल त बवाल छ यार
यहाँनिर हुन्छ एकजना
सबै चेक देखा
यहाँ पुनः
Spike planted.
Boy.
What the fuck?
माथि डब्बा माथि है डब्बा माथि है
अन्ते उता साइडमा फुटाउ स्निफर फुटाउ त्यो
कमेन्ट लो
अझै एउटा
ए त्यसमा रहेछ तिमी
One enemy remaining.
ड्यामेज हुँदैन क्या नहाल्दिदा
तर म पहिलेदेखि लो छु नि त ब्रो
Last player standing.
Going away.
राइटमा यति गर्न
आना त्यही त आना
राइटमा
This time. Have any patterns
कस्तो वालले लाएन यार मेरो त
लाइट त त्यस्तो दामी वाल
एक घण्टा पछि लाग्यो नि
ल फाइबर बनाउँदा कहाँ प्लान्ट गर्दिन
खुट्टामा
ओके
लागेर
भने त्यही गर्दिन्छ ल
खुट्टाको अगाडि होला न शर्ट
कस्तो के सुबो त्यही नि रे यार
त्यही अलिकति मात्रै माथि हाल्यो सुबोध मर्दै क्या त्यो
राइट नि भन्दा थिए
Wave crashing. Shadows traveling.
तिमीलाई सुजल तिमीलाई खुट्टामा लाग्यो नि सबै
Walls up.
मिड हेर है एउटाले हेर
Cover going out.
बौला लियो मुले
के भयो साथै हो
गयो नि
एडभान्टेज
Cover going out.
एक गन छ त्यहाँ
Water rising.
यो मु लाल चाहिँ के हो यार कसरी मर्छ यार म यो मुजीको अगाडिबाट
Let's turn the tide.
जाऊ पुस गर्न न हेर्न पर्दैन के वर्ल्डमा त
30 seconds left.
लागेन
रेज गर मलाई
मेरो है
Welcome to my world. Spike planted.
कोही में
Shadows traveling. Shield going out.
78 रे छिटो what the fuck
Okay, now we side with me.
साइडमा पुग्दैन भने हैन अनि
फ्ल्याङ्क आउँदै फ्ल्याङ्क
भोलसँग त आइपुग्थ्यो केटो
यसरी त म्याच सिटीमा रहेछ हैं ये क्या बात है भाई
अनि ऊ एकजना बस्दिन्छ त पछाडी हेरेर अनि
एउटा आउँदै स्मोक छ है
लान्छ नि त
यतै त हो नि त
Speak up if you need a gun.
Get lost.
I need this.
यतै जाने
Shadows traveling.
बल्छ
सुबोध दाइ नै आयो फेरि म्याच छु
Got ya.
मान्छेलाई थाहा पनि छैन ऊ कहाँ छ के गरेर छ भनेर स्निफरलाई
One enemy
क्राउच गर न
remaining.
अझ क्राउच गर न
Spike down.
हिल्छ
A.
चाहिँ
140 वुमन क्लोज अप
अनबुलेट
कहाँ कुदेको एन्जो ए एन्जो स्पाइक गरेर कहाँ कुदेको
30 seconds left.
सबैजना
यही रहेछ
कस्तो थाहा पाएन तिमीलाई
माछिग्रे सेभ गर डाक्टर लेजेन्ड ए तिमी त सेभ गर्दैनौ के ए तिमी पनि गर्छौ भन्ने सुन्थे मैले त
ठिकै छ नि त गरिदिउँ न त के छ र
अखु चोइसै छैन तिमीसँग
10 seconds left.
ये पनि फाइदा छैन नले
छ त
के मर्ने
होइन स्पाइकले नि प्लान गर्ने
ए अल्ट छ त तुक्का
किन हेल छैन नि त
ट्राई त गर्नु हुन्थ्यो ओइ म्यान हाम्रो
No stopping now. Not until the job is done.
Get a job.
कुदा कुदा सब टिमलाई बेट हान एकतिर जाऊ हैन सबको 5 जना एकतिर जाऊ 4 जना मर्छन्
दिमाग नै लगाएन
गुन्ने मैले यो लाइभ देखाउन पाउँछु
कसलाई
यो भिसिटी
पाउँछ मज्जाले
भएन कि फ्ल्यास कस्तो के गरे कि
कहाँ हो स्मोकमा आउन मिल्दैन नि हेट तेरीके
ला अब सिन त्यही calculation त्यही
Careful here. Careful here.
120 खान्छ यार त्यो मान्छेले
ए कति के भन्नु हो यो मान्छेलाई यार
My ult isn't ready.
सुजल तिमी यहाँ नबसे भए हुन्थ्यो यार धेरै बेर भन्दै
होइन यता रोटेट हान्दै थियो कि केटो मैले रोटेट हान्दै थिएँ कि केटो फेरि फर्केर हेर्दै म यहाँको चौधवालाले
आउमेन थियो
Spike planted.
मार यो मुजिला हो
Last player standing.
हेर्दै हुन्थ्यो तर ठिकै छ
Match point. Surrounded by minha família.
ल च्याटमा नि हाले यार गोइन्दो इरिटेट भएर तिम्रो च्याट देखेर
लाइदिन्छ
अनि यो मान्छेले के उस छ र
पाइनेपल भाइ
भन त
सबैले नै
गीत बन्दै भ्यान्डल चाहिन्छ
आरबीसी ठिकै छ किटा
Bloody
किटा गर न बे
दिस
140
यो अगाडि छ यार
बनाए त अनि
ला म्याच कहाँबाट हान्छ खा
अल्ट हान्दै फाइट अल्ट हान्दै
लास्ट राउन्ड हो यार
One enemy remaining.
बचाउ सेभ गर सेभ गर आरबीसी सेभ गर
अल्ट हान्दा नि यार त के र बचाउने के अल्ट
भोलि अनि कहाँ सम्पत्ति किन्नु परेन
Switching sides.
हैन त्यहाँ अल्ट हान्दैन के गर्थ्यो र हो
Let them try to get
अल्ट हाने भ्यान्डल
अगाडि छ नि त
मात्र हान्थ्यो नि सब अगाडि हो
इन्डिभिजुअल त गएर जानु
ब्रो अनि उले अल्ट हाने नि अनि 140 ड्यामेज खाइसकेको थियो त उले
अनि
अनि उले अल्ट हाने अरूले त हान्न मिल्थ्यो नि त
दुई जना त बाँकी थियो त्यहाँ
कतिखेर एन्जो मलाई गर्नु न
कोसिङ थियो र अल्ट
भाइसँग थियो नि अल्ट भाइस कल काम लाग्दैन त अनि
ए भाइस कल
सुरुमा अल्ट हाने
आरबीसी त उनीहरुलाई त लम्बम
ब्रो जसरी नि उसँग अप्सन नै थिएन त अनि
होइन
उ 10 एचपी थियो अनि एक जना बाँकी थियो दुई जना बाँकी थियो नि त
भाइस त यहाँ हेर्न आएको के कस्तो खेल्दो रहेछ भनेर कुन ट्राई गर्न आएको
यस्तै बेला म्याच साले
Walls up. Cover going out.
प्लान्ट छ है स्पाइक छ ल
तीनजना सरी
One enemy remaining.
डिसमिसै भएन भने
भाइ नि मर्थ्यो
किन मर्ने र बाहिर जाने
Switching sides. Match point.
के राखे त मलाई बाल
You're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
मर्थे
अनि के म त्यसै पनि मरे हो च्याडी डिसमिस त भनेर कुरो त भयो माइनस गर त्यसलाई डिसमिस माइनस भयो
अनि भन्न नपाउने हो अब
सुजल डबल किल त डबल डिजिट त आना यार
यार नेट गयो कि मेरो
आज नि धेरै गराएर मम्मीले राउटर भन्दा तिमीहरु
Last player standing.
साला 119 ओमेन कस्तो कुद्न मिलेको यार ड्यामेज हाल्न
केटाहरु त झ्याप जुब एकैछिन राउन्ड सक्दिला यार
Switching sides. Overtime.
36 सेकेन्ड मात्र बाँकी छ
केवल चित्त आ रहे हैं जीता ना
Reloading.
भाग्नु गयो कि माथि
Reloading.
ले
यो मान्छेको फ्ल्याश के यार यस्तो राम्रो राखेन हो फ्ल्याश मलाई नलाग्नु
हैन हैन
ए भाइ
Spike
स्कोर
down B.
Bomb buddy out.
Last player standing.
148
What?
त्यहाँ
के सक्दिन
अलि अलि अगाडि नगए हुन्थ्यो
Switching sides. Match point.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
क्या ही कर सकते हैं
भाग्ने विचारमा चाहिँ
अब ह्यान्डल गर्छ न अब
यो जस्तो चुते भ्यान्डल मैले ल्याउँछ ध्यान हौ
बन्डल चाहिँ किन किनेको त
त्यतिखेर त राम्रो लाग्छ नि त
Water rising.
भित्र छिर्या लुई लुई भित्र छिर्या
Spike planted.
न फ्ल्यास हाने न के गरे
Enemy spotted B.
हिल्छ
छ
Healing you.
ए सक्दै सक्दै यहाँ भिसिटी हेर्न हुँदो रहेछ कि एउटा त्यहाँ माथि छ है माथि छ है लेफ्ट ह्यान्ड साइडको माथि
Barrier created.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Attackers win.
खेला आरबीसी बट तिम्रो आइडी कुकु गयो
Side they start, they're gonna be okay.
Oh,
See the Nats versus Chronicle. I know, Sue, but
No,
being
isn't
a Gambit fan, especially on
हेर्दैन नि हुँदा कहाँ
it's
हेर्छ
a very
त
Gambit map. Gambit fan, especially on this map for me, Split is a very Gambit map. Seeing this head-to-head
Jam
now,
Matthew.
both of them
टाइटल
playing on
साइटल
the
चेन्ज
front
गर्नु पर्यो
know
नि
that the battle for mid is always going to be in question, and seeing these
मलाई
two
ड्र्याग
going
हान्दियो मम
within this mirror matchup.
Yeah. I love to see the double duelist head-to-heads. It's just
well
so
done.
nice to see that.
Was Valorant na पुग्यो केटो
It's just perfect. It's
जाने
every
हो
single player going up
गरिदिनु
against their storyline after storyline. You have Serial
किन ल्याएको
taking on
सेन्सेलाई
one of the
आवा
most seasoned
लिएर आएन
players we've had in the entirety
Kian
of
the-
Valorant. Kiko against Alfia. Crashy's playing against
Ono
Paddington
बिलाक्छ
in EMEA.
टिम आर्यो नि एन्जोले गर्दा
We see that they
मेरो
are
म पहिल्यै हो
we made it. Also, the battle of the operators, we've seen both Kayak and Camel being actually very proactive. I think that both of them making those plays have been pretty pivotal from both of those teams, and we're going to get to
एउटा
see that.
ए लाइभ वाचिङ एउटा मात्र छ यार हो त
The aggressions that we're seeing, all the fakes, how you're going to utilize the Euro, how are you going to get into your opponent's mind? We're speaking about, and that's what's been having a crazy showing this year and boaster one of the most experienced IGLs that we have in the world.
And I think that's when teams have to start getting creative, right? Because there's so much footage on both of these teams playing this map. It's going to be a real test as to which IGL can adapt in the moment and can get creative, because you're going to be expecting each other's game plans, not only when there's footage on it, but also running that same composition. You know how it's supposed to work on this kind of map.
Yeah, and we've heard so many other players, coaches, so on and so forth talk about Liquid. They always do the same thing. Nats always does the same ult. We know exactly what they do, and yet they do not beat them. Yet nobody's actually managed to take them down, despite saying that all of the anti-strat they do, they can predict them. So you do have to wonder, is Fnatic the team that's good enough to be able to exploit some of the things we've seen a lot in the past? But that is enough from us. It's time to jump into split and throw this over.
Nitro League na पर्ने हो के Nitro Nitro League was in Nitro here no
Nitro जस्तो useless चीज केही छैन के पैसा मात्र खर्च हो के त्यो
Seems to be a decently high stakes matchup. Think back to stage 1 and stage 2. Team Liquid's run was ended by Fnatic, and now it might not quite be elimination, but that spot on the line, the stakes are high again.
it's always nice to get 2
chances, right? To make it to an international event, so the second chance doesn't feel quite as nice. A little bit more pressure, a little bit more sweat. So we're looking at both these teams wanting to get it done the first time around. And as you said, it has been a seasoned matchup. One that if you look at best of threes, has always gone the way of Fnatic, except events outside of the VCT. So always going to be interesting, of course. This is so many times, all the way back to First Strike. So that was before even I was here.
I remember.
I'm old.
Of course, Nat's been a member of a lot of those looking back at last year, but it was a team that he didn't have, I guess, the pressure over that mold in the way that he wanted to.
यो क्लोन हिँड्दाखेरि हिँड्दिरा हो
The victory over Fnatic. Tom and VCT, the O3s don't go their way. That's a sneaky play by Nats, right up the road. Goes past one and takes it out. Fnatic trading
fuck यार 1.5 मा हेरेर आको एकैछिनमा सक्यो
They started defense and they went 8-4, and then the time
वाला
before
Natsले
that, they started
कस्तो
on
खेल्दै
attack
गए यार
8-4. And the time before that was attack again at 9-3, so they ruined it. But that was the point made. Fnatic always start strong and then actually teeter out a little bit in the second half. We've seen OTs for them. Liquid, on the other hand, they have only lost this map once this year, 8 times played, and that was in a mega OT versus EDG. So, I mean, EDG, you know, kind of a good team. Didn't make it to Masters.
यो नाइफ नि खतरा छ यार
Mad. I still can't believe that's a thing. It doesn't make sense to me. Champion's curse in full force. For now, though, of course, minor investments. It's an opportunity, especially looking at Kiko, to try and farm up some orbs. Got that out.
यहाँ छ यी भन्यो
Shots fired, and well, hit. He doesn't get the orb.
Careful here. Get in the way. Fnatic, as you said, very weak investment. It looks like the idea to pressure towards this B side, even just limit testing what they can get away with. TP goes in, no immediate reaction. Get a sense for how those rotations have come through. They pressure Serial up close, but there's the outlaw in full effect. A double from Kiko saves any further damage. Could have gotten dicey if they got control of the site, but Liquid were quick to react.
Kiko नै हिकोको भाइ हो
That's orbs farmed up for Kiko, 2 away already for that showstopper. He's definitely been a player that needs no introduction, but still needs to be highlighted. Like he has had an incredible season kickoff. I think not really even arguable that he was the best player. And incredible performance from him individually.
भने सोधेको भनेन
Between that controller and obviously coming up with that double duelist.
बुटलतिर हरे भनेर सोध्छ नि के
Well, it's not quite the full rifles.
बुटल हैन नि त
यसको फाइनल अझै भयो सिम फाइनल भयो नि अझै
These sort of scenarios we'll see.
मलाई त बुटलमै हुन त म त
Now we see the outlaw again, but it's swapped hands to give Kiko a right.
Nice.
Both of those players end
दुईटा
up
छ
falling
गुलचला ओए
pulling any punches as Boaster through the smoke drops camo. All right, well, we didn't even get to talk about potential in this round because there was quite a lot of it.
यहाँ बिजा खाली रहेछ
Players coming in with a weaker weapon. He's been able to upgrade at least. Not on the Spectre anymore, but it's over the corpse of his teammates now leaving Patatek and himself.
सेवाने
He's safe to do it all normally, but this isn't around. They're like
Patatek यार त्यो हेरिटिक्स होला क्या खतरा खेलिसलाई अहिले त त्यस्तो छैन यार
to win at this
घुमे
point.
त
The question of damage comes into play.
के को
त्यो Patatek के हेरिटिक्समा खेल्दाखेरि क्या खतरा हान्छ नि यसले
Low 10 HP, both around 55. There's definitely potential.
Bro, bahar ta 2 round bha. Pahan aba
त्यस्तो छैन
हान्छ के अहिले हान्छ
Need to hold on to one of these rifles. Probably shouldn't be the bulldog, so Serial's going to go looking, but he is found immediately by the side of Fnatic. Around looking squeaky clean for them, as good as you can get in terms of these third round purchases. And to be honest, my highlight going into this, and it's yeah, I think he's just trying to pick off one. It's not worth it though. Big cost. And an in-zone flawless comes off the back of it. Yeah, I think a gun lost in a scenario where
तैले मसँग नि खोजेको भनेर हातले
that much of a benefit. And I want to see now what that's going to do in terms of damage to the
तैले
economy.
मसँग नि खोजेको
Nats did not have enough to buy into this.
तँलाई म वा हानेर फेरि मार्दिन्छु नि
That ends up being lost, giving it to Kiko. The idea being, you know, if he just grabs that one kill, an orb maybe early on or late after control is seized, you've got a showstopper and a real opportunity to fight your way back into the game early on to put that 3-0 on the board. It doesn't connect for them. So they're left in this position, as we are. The technical pause called in the early stages. There it is. You love the red zone.
Yeah. Both
team
social media managers from each of these teams are smiling, heading over to Twitter to make their memes while we sit and wait. Hopefully it's not something that's
ओए पिछा क्वालिटी त के हो यो त
problematic as before. Heading over to Twitter to make their memes while we sit and wait. Hopefully it's not something that's anyway near as problematic as before. I don't think it will be. We haven't seen anything of the sort just yet. Again about sort of the players we have coming into this match.
Liquid को IGL के net हो यो
We'll always highlight versus camo battle. I think it's going to be a fun one. I do think in this scenario the secondary duelists are actually more notable in a lot of cases. Like Kiko coming in, no surprise. But then I think looking back to the match versus Foot, Alpha year was unbelievable. 26 and 10, 7 and 1 in opening duels, 234 ADR. That's average damage per round, which that's madness. How much he was able to do. If he can have that same performance in this matchup, we're talking about what could be a very dangerous scenario for Liquid. At the same time, though, as I said, it has been a struggle for any team coming up against them. Trying to face off against the squad has not been easy. So I do kind of want to look at this as obviously a favoured map for the side of Liquid. They've picked it knowing that it's strong for their opponents, but one where I think their victories have been a lot cleaner. At least nobody has even got to double digits versus them.
I think it was highlighted by the desk as well, though, that both teams
have
been split through, been picking it. Is given. For Team Liquid, though, like you say, that the stats are at their back. It looks like somewhere that they can be able to battle successfully up against any team in the region. And man, I suppose any team at Masters as well with EDG.
आज योसको म्याच छ जित्यो भने टिम हेरेटिकसँग पर्छ अनि त्यसपछि ग्रान्ड फाइनल यदि हार्यो भने नाभिसँग पर्छ अनि टिम लिक्विडसँग पर्छ यहाँ
Good at both. It depends on the week. That was a point that Billy made. Like, it doesn't matter what side they start on. Fnatic are shooting for 8 because that's what they've been.
अब यदि Fnaticले जित्यो भने दुईटामा सकिन्छ यदि Fnaticले हार्यो भने
This is the side that you've been performing on. This is the side we want to see those rounds go up, and I think further.
एउटा दुईटा तीनटा चारवटामा सकिन्छ
रातभरि प्र्याक्टिस गरेर राखेको सुत्यो भने
तर doesn't make sense यहाँ हार्यो एउटा दुईटा तीनटा चार
that could crumble Fnatic's early plan, but it wasn't what we saw go down on the server. Still though, that showstopper is going to be lurking in the back of their minds. One kill, one orb, and it could be a big boost for Team Liquid. The good thing is, because Fnatic won that round so dominantly with Chronicle picking up those last couple of kills, dropping that last rifle. Not only are they close to having their Viper's Pit, but also the economy is in a very, very healthy spot. Minimal reinvestments when we do get
कहाँ पुग्यो तिम्रोमा थाहा नै हैन
at that point it should be a difficulty.
I think also just what we have a minute. Like the overall context of this is quite fun because you've got split where we have an unbelievable amount of data.
6 watching छ त के हो केटा
Teams running identical
4 watching पुग्यो
with what they sort of plan to do going into this matchup, and then you have Icebox, which is the opposite. We've got Fnatic who have not played it the entirety of this year. Haven't played it since 2021, so it's been a very, very long time. A map that historically is fantastic for them. They pretty much built the comp that ran it for a stupid amount of time and made me very upset to cast that map. Experimented with comps, tried Waylay in the mix, tried putting their duelists. Make things work both times, failing versus squad. already out. You're talking mates and KC, teams you'd expect them to
Sackमा
beat
घुसाउँछु भनेको के हार्यो भने
comfortably. So it's
punishment
not a good map for them, but it's also not one that Fnatic plays. So we kind of go in blind. My expectation is we're going to see a again from Liquid, and when you lose a map twice in the same stage, you're going to have like different variations, different ideas. So we'll have to see.
We will. Well, we'll have to wait a while to see, Tom, because we have a little bit of an extended tech pause, and while our league admins are working hard on fixing that, we're going to toss this over to the
working hard on fixing it.
Thank you very much for that, Mitch and Tom. We do
have
a tech pause going on right now, but don't worry, I will keep you guys updated as soon as I hear anything else.
tech pause हुन्छ यो मैले बुझ्सके.
Very pleased to be joined by a group of people that like to yap. So we're going to yap. We get to yap. We do this once a week. We get to yap.
I'm starting to think it's not Lauren and Mike. It's actually Tom and Mitch.
I agree. They're always at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
So congratulations. You have an opportunity right now. Let's yap. You've played against Liquid on Split. Now Bear and Billy were both, leaning more on the Liquid camp when it comes to the Split
girlfriend
teams. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's just been like a staple of Liquid's map pool. Like they picked it every time that it's open. They always want to start an attack, so starting defense is like maybe a bit of a I mean, I wouldn't even say curveball. Fnatic start an attack quite a lot as well, so I think it's just being such a comfortable map for Liquid. Like they have such a solid foundation on it. It's like I have to lean Liquid on it.
Do you agree with some of the narratives other players and coaches have said that Liquid just do the same thing every week? They haven't been able to change much on Split.
Kinda, yeah. Like their defense, when we scouted them, they really just run the same round, if not the same protocols every single round, the same map, like areas of the map they want to fight for. So, yeah, kind of, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad thing. It evidently works for them. They've won every Split game.
Why is no one
not lost it this year?
I think, sorry, I think there's a difference between unreadable and uncounterable.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If we think about it, now that we had Rians on the desk, if we think about last year and Heretics and their sunset, many people would say, "Oh my God, they're doing the same. They're doing." It's working. Like it's working. Nobody can work against it. So why would you don't change it if it's not broken?
I think what I kind of took into consideration
Clash of Clans
how these type of protocols work. And Fnatic should be able to.
It was Fnatic, right? Or was it Liquid? Yeah, because Fnatic
if you're
ran this
testing
last
my
year.
memory, I'm losing.
I think it is. I mean, oh God, she's Fnatic bias. Actually, I'm Foot bias, as you can see from this graphic. But my favorite team in the league right now. But I think they ran this last year.
But your team
I think
town
they kind of brought this out with Dirke, on that Yoru. But I can't remember if they did have the Fade or the Astra.
पहिला 10 को चाहिँ पास गर न
Maybe it was before the Astra buff.
अनि पो 11 पुग्छ त
Probably maybe the Omen, but I'm not sure who started it.
म यहाँ भर्खरले पो फक भने यार
Even our region, let's be honest, we like to nick stuff from
But this
other
was
people.
supposed to be this is going to be the test, because the
Kull
point that you were
league
making, Gorilla, about every single time
Nepalको
it's been
top
open,
region मा हेर त top 1
Team Liquid has picked it. The same goes for Fnatic. Every single time that they've had the chance, they're going to split. So going into this map is going into
को छ Discord मा
know that it's kind of a
गोइन्दे छ राकेश छ सेन्सेस छ सोनिक छ
a lot, so much because of a little bit of the same reasoning as this. I want to see if somebody's going to stop Team Liquid. I think the Fnatic is a very good candidate to do so. So especially the Lotus that we've seen with the double Sentinel, Fnatic leaning on a composition that has given them so much, and they're proven they're so good at that I thought this was going to be it, but it was Fnatic that banded on the last one.
I was going to say it was the decider. Do we go to Lotus or Fracture? And actually it was Fnatic that decided that they wanted to go to Fracture, which to me is interesting, right? Because the last time that we saw them play Fracture, it really took a while for them to get back in it. It wasn't until Kayak jumped onto that operator that they started stringing these kind of rounds back together again. So, interesting.
That was a fun game, though.
It was a fun game.
That was a fun game. Depends which team you like.
We did this the last
time I was allowed to come here.
Take pause मा के हेर बस्ने त केटा हो
I want to ask you, Gorilla, because we already have answers in just a moment, because you debated. Back to you, Mitch and Tom. You'll never know.
Valorant त खोल्दैन अब
Thank you very much, Ian.
ए ल भयो
Here we go. Back into the fray. Round 4 queued up and
सक्यो
ready to
सक्यो
go.
मलाई के थाहा भने
It's a shame that is the last we see of Yensu today. So yeah,
he's going on his lower back. I think it's a butterfly.
So round 4, anyways, about to kick off here.
No.
The map that we're on, the map we were on, nothing's
Ani
changed.
एउटा त
The
मेरै
rounds are
हो.
the same. There's no rollbacks.
एउटा मेरो हो
Be
क्या
thankful for that. Nats coming
ओइ
in with
5
a
पुग्यो.
stinger, and that's the downside of what we
छ
saw
छ
just before we had that little break.
Is it a downside? Last time he had that, he killed someone.
Tikai लाइभ भने बसे
That is very true, isn't it?
च्याट कोही गर्दैन.
Did have his Viper's Pit to work around. This time 4 orbs away. That will be difficult to acquire, Tom.
Difficult, but not impossible.
You reckon he can do it inside the orb, perhaps?
Who knows? Nats can do anything.
इन्शाल्लाह बिस्मिल्लाह.
Ready? An aggressive
पान
start.
मसाला.
Camo going
Love
low.
Low.
It's the bait and switch, but Camo actually predicts he's ready for Chronicle. Obviously an
ए घुम्न थाले यार. जितोस् आज FNC ले रे. अस्ति जित्या थियो त FNC ले.
Chronicle from that A side
इन्शाल्लाह
lurks
जितोस्
around that
भनेको
part of the
क्या
map so
त्यो
regularly.
दुवामा आएको क्या
Because of that, you can see the immediate response from Fnatic is, okay, we have to spread out and go back and clear some of these angles. We can't allow Liquid to have this much space for free.
Super passive play towards B. You talk about
PCT मा FNC को फ्यान हो तपाई रे हो नि.
by the defensive
खतरा
side
हालेको
of
फ्यान
things,
हो.
they're going to be a little bit more delayed in reacting to this split that's coming through. Fnatic from main and from vents with a stinger in hand and already
अनि अरुको मलाई मतलब छैन के मैले रेस्पेक्ट गर्ने भने त्यो बोस्टरलाई मात्र हो अरु कसैलाई हैन.
advantage in their favor. Snake bite goes
Boaster
down. That's been
boaster
delayed.
हो भने ब्रान्ड हान्दिन्छ नि
They've
त्यो
got
बोस्टर.
teammates coming to link up.
हैन बोस्टर हो भने नहगे नि तर म चाहिँ बोस्टर्स बोस्टर
Camo, this is a
FNC
tough
को
position,
प्लेयर
Nats, so he's got the close range
कहिले
angle.
भन्ने त तपाई रे अब
The decoy blinds
Damn
him.
me.
Great play by Kayak. They'll get themselves towards the site.
त्यो
but
त
now
जन्मिन
the
पर्छ यार
rotations are
भन्नलाई.
coming in, and there's only 12 seconds to get this
मासको
fight
दाल
going.
मासको दाल मास.
Picks up 4. It's not quite the ace, and it's not Nats doing it, but a round's a round. Team Liquid 3-1 up.
एक किल्ले यार.
That's how that works, Tom. I'm not going to give it to you. Flag on the play.
नेपालमा सक्दैन ब्रो.
I like that. Just they know that a lot of the time Chronicle is going to be isolated.
आफ्नै एउटा टिम बनायो नि गाह्रो छ.
So Camo goes aggro, finds that opener. And then from then on, it is basically the Camo show, just being able to hold on to that site almost.
नेपालमा चाहिँ गाह्रो छ के अब आफ्नै टिम बनायो भने साथी साथीको मात्र टिम बन्छ.
Breaks back immediately. Now, as you mentioned before, Fnatic managed to
अनि
keep
कोही
that
साथी
round
अब
flawless, so they are
डायमन्डमा
gonna
हुन्छ कोही
this
ब्रोन्जा
next
हुन्छ.
one. They are now on their last legs once again and looking
अनि
at
त्यसरी अनि कसरी जित्ने त.
Showstopper available. Dimensional
तिमीले
drift
आफूले
one
आफूलाई
away.
सिल्भर भन्न छोड त
They have
भाइ.
a lot of advantages in this round.
Last play really falling apart as you just see these players cascading into the site with so little time and offering up isolated duels. I mean, Camo's eaten well when he's given those chances. This time it's not quite so easy, but he almost gets one. The bullets luckily dodged the head by an inch. And the rotation's already coming through. Team Liquid, 3 players towards the site, but only 1 on it, and the gate crash used to get right out of there. Showstopper fired in, but it's Kiko who ends up falling. Chronicle fires right back through that smoke. And ends up packing the punch that gets
दुईजना
them
डिफेन्डर
to the
नाइस
site. They
नाइस.
now use that to
अर्को
lock
छ
it down, but they're picking off scalps. Never mind. No ults needed by the looks of things. It's Nats and Serial with a big challenge on their hands.
Got killed through the corner of the fake out.
पैसा त छैन यिनीहरुसँग.
Shot from Alfia and well for the remaining 2.
ब्रो यिनीहरुले हैन अघि नेको राउन्ड जिते हो के त्यही पैसा छैन
I
के.
think again just realizing that the economy is against them here. A faster pace for Fnatic, and honestly that has been one of my main worries when watching the squad attack is they do.
एउटासँग 2700 छ 3400 छ. यो दुईटाले बाइ गर्दिन. अब यो दुईटाले बाइ गर्दिन मिल्छ. मिल्छ हैन पर्छ.
Much more of a pacey take. Openers going their way. And even with the showstopper thrown
अलि
in,
ढिलै
I think
रहेछ
it was Chronicle must have picked
हजुर?
Kiko out of the air just
अलिकति
after he
ढिलै छ.
fired it. That will be a second round on the board.
अलिकति ढिलै.
No hunting.
हैन मैले यस्तो गराएन नि त.
Side of Fnatic, they just want to keep their own economy strong.
Yeah, the rocket almost acted like a tracer for Chronicle. He knew that player's flying backwards through the air, and he tracked them perfectly.
यस्तो गाह्रो हुन्छ के म 2K मा हेरेर छु अनि
So strong, that's why they got that second bite of the Jerry. Round 4 not going their way, wasn't a death sentence. Thanks to round 3 being so clean. That gets them on the board here early on. Keeps that scoreline tight. But Team Liquid, well, they're in a similar boat.
Okay,
They'll
यार.
still be able to invest coming
1440p
into this.
भने त
Gotta get boots on the ground because Chronicle has had that early start. Viper's Pit's already online. And that's going to be very, very difficult to fight back through. Nobody knows that better than Nats.
Opening fight for middle seems to be the play. Already the spams in towards Nats' position, but this is more of a ruse. In fact, Chronicle has placed the wall and then is already immediately rotating towards the B side. There is no plan for a lurk, a late play back. This looks like a direct hit in towards the B side.
flash coming in from Kayak. He's got his gate crash to get right onto the site, so he might look like he's a little too far away. Alphair, though, paving the way, only the one to be found. Kiko, he's had a lights-out start to this map. The battle between himself and Alphair is something that has to be highlighted. Has the upper hand. Certainly recent performances on this map. Some of them have looked great for him. Camo, on his way through. He's got the flash to work with. Going all the way to backside, just opening up the info for his teammates. Viper's Pit, though, put in as the pressure's applied.
He spotted everybody, though. He knows that the majority are locked towards the backside, but they have missed out on crashes, potentially slipping. He was looking to just round that back. Delay. Wait patiently to come back in.
I like the idea from Camo. He faked out that he was the decoy, but he couldn't quite find Chronicle. He was too deep in there. They've got him eventually, though. And Boaster falls with him. Crashy's now up close. Finds one. Defuse already up to half. And he knows that that player had to come off the defuse. Biding time here. Kiko trying to force the fight.
Nice one, yeah.
Eventually, but it's Crashy's to clutch it out. A Red Bull clutch to equalize.
Solid round from him. As said, when you had Camo going back in with that dimensional drift, he spotted everybody, but the one player that managed to slip through that pit in towards the spawn and just hold on to ground was the one that ended up winning it. I think just the surprise factor of where Crashies ended up being, and what we really have seen sort of the... We've seen the development of him as a player. Like, when the development
wait.
The maps he's even won.
Enjoy हो कि मैं यस्तो हरकत गर्ने मैं उनीहरुले म्युट गरेर बस
only assume that was an immediate pre-fire shot on B main.
It looks
like, considering that, again, this is another hero rifle, there is nothing else really to play with.
उनको जालीबाट रहते आए यार.
Players outside the barrier, you know,
डरनी सानो गराएर हेर्दा
especially with that weaker buy with the rifle in play for Team Liquid being in Kiko's hands.
फाल्दो
Now they've
उतातिर
got another bolstering the buy. Camo, he's taken a lot of damage, as has Fanatec, and Snake Bites enough to finish him off. They knew Paddy's in the corner. And that's a disaster for a great start. Some weapons recovered as well. They end up in a 2 versus 3 from what was just moments ago an advantage.
So a 2v3 from a round where you start with one rifle. It's not a bad position to try and fight back from. The main thing will be either of these players quickly find an
individually
Jewel Chronicle on the angle. Prowler even put through. Well, first shot not connected, but Chronicle and Kayak will combine. Fnatic convert. Lead taken after what was a hot start from Team Liquid. Fnatic a climb.
Doesn't come down to that seize, to the snake bite from Chronicle, and then the deep swing on screens to finish off Paditech. Losing those 2 players in screens just puts a massive wrench in the works. And again, if it doesn't come down to that seize, to the snake bite from Chronicle, and then the deep swing on screens to finish off Paditech, we could have had a much bigger headache for the squad.
Drift online. Showstopper as well. It's looking like maybe a potential weakness being pressured here from the side of Fnatic, because this is again looking like a much more direct early take. They've done the same with Chronicle, already making that rotation over. This shot needs to be connected, and while Camo has to just escape that one, it leaves Kiko dead to rights, but he gets the trade. Unfortunately for them, Crashies is just quick enough. And now with the Cosmic Divide, there were 4 ults in this round. Fnatic have already used a couple of them. But with a post plant and a man advantage, it's a good spot, and an even better one found.
Winning all their duels, and it's that opening shot missed, the showstopper being able to find its mark on backside. Usually, we can even look at a showstopper and say, as long as you're taking the space on the back of it, that's all that really matters. But he does that and then some with the trade out, and the immediate flood in from his teammates. Now, Serial's obviously looking to save this rifle. They've sent out Chronicle to hunt him down, but looks like Serial will thread the needle. The rifle will be carried through to the next, but like you said, Tom, it looks like a weakness has been found. Blood in the water, and Fnatic are swimming straight towards it. That B side crumbling in the early round a couple times now.
Yeah, it seems like a spot that they're not only willing to fight for in most rounds, whether it be a lurk or with an aggressive take, but the second they had the ults online, you could see the whole team was built up. Chronicle again just going, okay, I'm just going to place my util, and then immediately look to just go back and join the team. They had no point in that round where they knew they were going to go back. At no moment. They knew they were heading straight in towards the B site, and well, with it working out wonderfully.
Really
the
nice.
late lurk through mid.
Let's keep it up. Good comms, good Razor AF here. That's what we like to see. Value.
Value.
It really is. It's value there. Also, Kayak with a great read timing-wise on that deep swing. Could spell out doom for Team Liquid if they can't find a solution.
Value.
Value.
I think for them, 4 rounds in a row. 5 of the last 6 after what was a solid start. We mentioned it when it comes to this map in particular for Fnatic. 8-4 is where the first half has gone the last 3 times or 4 times they played it, and the 5th was a 9-3. So they did end up losing that one, which is kind of absurd. It was the BBL comeback of dreams, but for now at least it's proving potentially right again, because the last few rounds I don't think have been particularly close for the side of Liquid. The more direct takes with that double duelist combo, but then Chronicle has just been fantastic. And I note as well, when he is going with the team, that's where it seems like there's just so much impact for him, because you allow this guy to trade out kills. That's the easy work for Kron.
The other thing that's kind of surprising is the fact that the Kiko Alpha head-to-head has been swinging convincingly in Kiko's favor, whether it's the early fight or the late one. He has been winning that duel time and time again, and the reality is for Fnatic, having Alfier be quiet or be shut down early and still delivering convincing rounds is remarkable.
There you go, a 36% chance for this round, because there is a single rifle once again. Kiko has been set up multiple times.
कस्तो त्यो 36% मात्रै हेरेको त यार बाँकीको 64
set him up, but they flash Bolster off. He still held the ground. Alfier also just holding into B main with that attack side operator, and on the other side of the map they already have an awful lot of space. This fight though, even a trade wouldn't be great here for Alfier. Immediately I like it, just reposition to a new spot, even a stun behind it as well. Fnatic are making sure nobody's pressuring that up.
And the last time they had that one rifle, it was Kiko swinging into B main, taking that aggressive duel. So the adjustment here of saving the op, which was a last-minute decision, they did juggle it into a position where they could have that conversation. But the fact that he goes then posts up and says, all right, maybe they're going to have Kiko swing with the rifle again. I'll be waiting. And this time he would have won the duel. Instead, that rifle's towards the A site. And Fnatic gearing up to execute into it. Nats on standby too. He's seen them. Snakebite's going to go down. 30 seconds as well. This utility is going to delay them by a little bit.
I like the use of the dimensional drift. I think going in this late to a round, you need to know where your opponents are. Kayak trying to make things more awkward. In fact, even looks to try and take the duel. 15 seconds. Nats is the one to find the kill, and even a showstopper thrown in, which does eventually catch out Crashies. 10 seconds. Fnatic have left it so late to try and get something done, but the spam actually helps out. And now needs a little bit more, but straight through the smoke. It will be Nats to take down that.
यार 64% त कामै लागेन त यार, त्यो 36% ले जित्यो.
That extra, what was it, 9% definitely helped them out.
Oh, 100%. And what really helped them out here is they didn't have the credits, but they had the ult economy. The fact that after first pick, Showstopper can be pulled through, not even acquired there. It was already online coming in, and then Viper's Pit is there. And that boxes these players in to a tiny corner. Even the attempt to body block just ends up with 2 kills going in the other direction for Team Liquid. Well, it's not the first time we've seen an impactful late round Viper's Pit from Nats in that kind of position. This one has a different flavor to it. They have been defeated in so many of these rounds, but now they could be right back on the horse. For Fnatic, an op bot up, it's Chronicle on that lurk towards the A site. As again, they'll look for this B main pressure, but it's not Kiko that they'll meet, it's Camo.
The expectation now is that the defense will be aggressive on some part of the map, and while the Boombot is going to give the game away, although Serial is still at the back of sight.
Need that back.
Nothing really being spotted for now. Ultimates mirrored once again, just the Nightfall available for either side. But this time they've managed to find a lot of space towards middle. It's only now that it seems like some presence is being thrown in from Serial. I think they've definitely made the realization that, okay, we could have lost Heaven, so we'll reclaim that with a Prowler. The only problem is the timing for Fnatic, if they claim Heaven now, could actually be sublime.
Still up to cross by Nats.
Will they?
30 seconds left.
They've been spotted. There's an idea now that Nats should stick around. There was a gap That gap is now closed. Nats spots them on the cross, almost loses his life for his trouble. Kiko under heavy pressure on the backside. There's a response. The shots need to land for Kiko. He'll grab one, 12 seconds again. Time pressure on for Fnatic. Players flooding into the site, the plant being stuck, and it will be acquired, but these players are out in the open, easily taken down by Team Liquid, as again, the clock puts too much pressure on Fnatic for those takes to be comfortable.
I said it early in the game, it's always the thing with Fnatic on this attack side that makes me nervous, is they like to play the clock very slow, especially if they don't meet any resistance. They're almost waiting for that trigger, like that thing to go, okay, now we go, and well, it came so late in this round. I think it was a shot by Chronicle that was the first sort of piece of the puzzle, but I also really like as well the targets that were chosen there by Liquid, because
you saw that. I'm glad you did though.
While there are people sort of planting, a lot of the time when the clock gets low, you're going to rush in to try and deny that. Liquid didn't do that. They went, okay, we already have a good advantage in this round. Let's take out the dangers. And the last guy still has to stick that plant. If he lets go, we win the round. So I think just good decision making in terms of the targets that they chose. And while right back up to level, the 8-4 is not happening.
And I think also great usage of the timeouts from Team Liquid. The idea to just pump brakes and wait for aggression. Fnatic were waiting, as you said, across the map, expecting aggression, expecting someone from Team Liquid to make a mistake, and that would be their trigger. That would be their go moment. But they didn't have that. And Team Liquid perfectly reading into that, hey, they're waiting for us to make mistakes. Let's just run the clock down. Let's make them play late into the round, no info. And the most that they had really was seeing a player's screens, seeing Nats up in heaven. Then even the player on site's going to catch you off guard, as you don't expect them to have made those heavier rotations, but those deeper plays on B. The information kept by Serial with the more aggressive B hold being forced back early on by Alphayer. It didn't actually have the impact that they wanted. It didn't force anybody to overthink, to commit to that site. Now they're going to look for another solution. I think the slow play has to be put on the back burner.
Well, B has been a really good spot for Fnatic so far in this match. Of course, this time not having the ultimates to play with, but that would be my expectation. Try and challenge. Serial's had a bit of a quiet game. A lot of that is that he hasn't had many fights to take, currently 2 and 4, which going into round number 11 is a bit of a weird scoreline to have. But now, though, it is patient from that defense. When you have the operator with vision over middle, that's been a fairly free spot on the map for Fnatic to take thus far. And well, it will be again.
Yeah, this is the same sort of play we're looking at. Players on the extremity holding, and then aggression in middle. Now the reposition from Camo as he gate crashed out with the utility thrown his way. But when he swings in with that op, Crashies is there waiting. Now they've got their opportunity. A player down, but the B site that they're looking at already has reinforcements. Patatek rotated into heaven to cover this off. Snakebite down from Nats. He's getting aggressive, they both are. They're waiting as the smoke fades, and they'll take down Crashies. That's the spike right in front of them. Nats picking them off one by one, and it's a 4-piece already. An ace on the guards, it's Kayak to deny. But the round goes to Liquid anyways.
Yeah, that's just popping off. We've seen it so many times throughout this last few months. I think he's been having a great time in terms of individual form, given the speeches as well.
Team Liquid के pico.
Timing for Crashies was unfortunate. And when you know that your opponents have to sort of run back into your crosshair, that's when Nats really is the most dangerous player, maybe in our whole region.
Team Liquid को map pick हो गया तेरा.
Liquid after being 5-3 down, take a pause, win 3 in a row, and could go in with the lead at the half.
Perfect read from Liquid as well. Once you've rotated that third player into position, your A side is so light that an aggressive play has to be made, and using the pullback smoke to catch them off guard, not just with one. We've seen Nats do that with his orb in the old version of Viper many a time, but having the second player of Patatek there, they could push down through mid and take the info, but they didn't need to. The spike was brought to them. For Fnatic, they're stalling out, and already equal at the half is as good as it gets. And yeah,
I see Nats in these sort of positions. It definitely makes me nervous. They've left an operator on one side, 3-stack in middle.
Now
Camo for now does still have that Gate Crash Online can just take the pick and escape, but it is going to come down to the timing on the clock. He's been spotted, but just decides leaving is far more important. Althea will take the space on the side, but there's so many players already here. Althea has at least been able to find one back with an aid, and I don't think they realized how deep into the site Kayak was. This leaves things level, but only for a moment. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
With Boaster low. Chronicle's the one that needs to take the fight, and while you mentioned this man's clutches, but this would be one of the toughest ones, and it isn't going to be found.
Yeah, certainly hasn't been good for Boaster's clutch statistics. I think convincingly Camo will be leading the league coming out of that half, but it can all change in the second half. 7-5. Team Liquid putting up a strong defense, but we know Fnatic can make it work on either side. We'll find out how their defense is going to go after the break.
Copyright music बजाउँछन् क्या यिनीहरु के गर्दै बस्ने त त्यति बेलासम्म आफ्नै भिडियो हेर्दै बस्ने
रिभ्यू हानेर बसौँ
Your hacker Valo serious time मुंह में ले ले ठीक है
We know what we're...
Oi, minha bala foi dia.
म त्यो सब्स्क्राइबर दिनमा एउटा सब्स्क्राइबर बढे नि पुग्छ मलाई त
हामी किचनमै छौँ के कसैले हेरेर खाइदिनु भन्
त्यही भने माइनर किचन
20000
बिहा
हाम्रो 4 जना हामी 3 जना यहाँ छ 1 जना यहाँ छ है ओए 67 69
एउटा प्लान
टिपी हाने क्या सायद
याकी हेर्ने के यस्तो नि
जितिरहेको त
ओए सुरु भइसक्यो भन्दा नि भनेन
Find an isolated duel. More Boaster is exactly that. Wow, okay. At the speed of sound, Althea is there behind. It's Fnatic to get themselves the pistol over the line. Yeah, you sort of mentioned it in the moment. One of the things that was almost peculiar to me is looking at Kayak as a player that is yet to make it to an international, but it just doesn't feel that way. I think part of it is the caliber of players around him, but also just the fact that this guy went on the Ascension run. I feel like I've seen so much from him as a player. He had big boots to fill.
Yeah, big.
Oh, he has been filling them. On the other side of things, no matter what, we will have one of our rookies making it over the Masters Toronto. But now though, not much. Oh, he has been filling them. And on the other side of things, no matter what, we will have one of our rookies making it over Masters Toronto. But now though, not much of an investment. Nats with a little bit extra on the Ghost. Okay then.
Nats doing his best Chronicle impression. It's not quite a classic, but it'll do the job. Nats doing his best Chronicle impression. It's not quite a classic, but it'll do the job. With Team Liquid taking down... With Team Liquid taking down 2. A rifle in the hands of Camo. This round is far from a certainty for the defenders. In fact, this could be a major upset to the flow of this early half. They could bridge the gap, but instead they are left miles apart. Team Liquid looking like 8-6 with a big economy boost. And it's only Boaster who stands in the way. I mentioned he was tied up with the highest clutch percentage. Had been in a lot more than his opponent. But this one, they're playing it perfectly. Off attacks, contact, the mix. And he doesn't even need any help. 8-6 now.
They get 3 rifles out of that as well. Like, that wasn't a light investment from Fnatic. We're not going into a round where it's like, oh, okay, they went in with a lot of pistols, SMGs, they went in with maybe a shotgun or 2. No, they had rifles to play with. They lose an immediate opening duel to Nats with a pistol, which, again, like, that was all that was invested. The rest was just classics and utility. And now, wow, a huge bolster, a huge boost to the Liquid economy. This is far worse than just losing the pistol.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah. If Serial won that clutch, that we would be in a better reality for FNC right now. This is looking pretty bad for Fnatic. 1 rifle in the hands of Alpha Air, the rest on pistols. And again, a passive play coming out from Fnatic as they are, sorry, on the sights. It was aggression down mid as they attempt to take control. Alpha Air is going to be alone with that rifle on the flank. So those players that are defending, that are up in heaven, they don't really stand a chance. And Alpha goes running into Nats, holding his back with an outlaw. It's a disgusting play. But one that will drop that rifle early on.
It seems like now the goal is just to try and get it back. Nats has almost definitely heard players running or attempting to run through the snakebite just to retrieve that gun. The question now is, yeah, I think they just sent Boaster to save. A good choice. So you want to make sure that financially you're coming in with a decent buy in the next round, and he's the one who would most likely suffer. For the rest, it just comes down to trying to clear up some of these kills. And well, 2 players in the corner rather than the 1, and Crashes has done very well from that. At least made it a little bit more costly, guarded an extra few orbs, but ultimately 3 players will survive for the side of Liquid. And that 1 hero rifle will be kept for Boaster.
Luckily, Boaster's not doing his best impression of Patatek at this point. He is nice and passive with that rifle. They need it for the next.
Passive tech.
I like it. I like what you did there, Tom. 9-6 for Team Liquid. Big boost in the early half. We thought Fnatic could have closed the gap, but they weren't quite able to make it up to neck and neck, and now trailing by 3. A big challenge for this defensive side. An operator pulled out early on, and a loss in this round is a step further away from that international appearance. This is a squad that we've seen win many internationals, chain them together even at times, but last year only playing 2 games at a Masters event. No guarantee that they'll see any.
No surprise. Prowler didn't catch. Prowler didn't catch.
No.
Kill for Kayak, but
Khaza.
That was a let off for Liquid. That Prowler not quite clearing the angle that it was basically the goal to clear. Chronicle though has taken quite a bit of damage elsewhere, so definitely slightly in the favor. Now the B main push. There's 2 players waiting on the other side. Pop Flash with Heaven already being claimed. Fnatic have taken an awful lot of ground, and actually in fact, they're winning the majority, clearing out that backline. Well, I think the others have already been spotted. Kiko walking into Chronicle, even low, still manages to win the fight, and the only man standing, Nats.
30 seconds left.
No spike, not much HP. Probably just going to hold on to the gun.
Yeah, I think it's the right call at this point. Better off run it with full health, shields, and a few more teammates around you. For Fnatic, this is exactly what they needed. Loss in this round, as I said, this would be the final domino already put into play. But instead a chance to climb right back up. The problem is Team Liquid, they may have had a few stumbles, but they've had answers to a lot of the problems that Fnatic are putting up for them.
I say as well, though, I like the adaptations from Fnatic in that round. Like, they spot that there's players waiting around B main. I am surprised how well it went, though, because when you have that sort of heaven crunch and you have players pushing B main at the same time, and you have 3 and they have 5, you kind of look at that and go, okay, you should take some casualties. But they managed to win out the majority of the fights while fighting on both fronts at the same time. So a solid round from them.
A clean one again, and that has been the story of a lot of the rounds they've won. They've been squeaky clean. For now, though, back into the round. Kayak now looking to challenge in towards middle with that operator. It's not exactly the angle I'd hold it in. Maybe just trying to sell the ultimate ruse. Yeah, okay, there we go. I was thinking that's an odd spot to sit.
Look at this from Nats. Just pushed his way up, caught his timing on A. Should be something they're aware of, but I see a gate crash going towards it, and he will be right on the cusp of it.
I don't think they have any idea.
Just a moment.
Yeah, Nats with those
Spot on with that. And the play coming through vents. They'll send players back in that direction if they're spotted. Oh, this is it. Nats walking up. They're looking the right way, and he actually gets one before going down. Luckily, Crashies was spotting that area too, but the pressure on now. Rotate in from Kayak. Opposite play, and Crashies stays aggressive. That's a great play to get them the advantage.
He's connected. All three of the remaining players. Crashies has just maybe won them the round individually. He's bought time for the remainder to rotate in. Stuns, gravity wells being thrown through to slow Liquid further. And now the clock coming up to just 25 seconds left for them to try and make a move. Liquid need to get into this site. And in fact, they've teleported almost directly onto an opponent. The swing doesn't quite work out though. Crashies still standing, and Serial once again left to try and clutch things out. Let's be honest, I don't think there's any world in which he manages to get this done, especially now. The time already gone. Crashies the first point of contact, and he's going to close out as well. What a round from him.
Phenomenal defense from Crashies, a 4-piece pickup, and now just one round between them. This is what we want to see. Some of these factors coming online for Fnatic, slowing down as well over on the other side for Team Liquid, and this was a round with a lot of danger, with Nats lurking up behind them, finding that fantastic position, and what could have, and for many teams, would have been 2 players dropped in heaven, a site lost, and a round gone down the drain.
It's his re-aggression as well. He realizes, okay, if he's behind, they're going to pincer me, so I need to take a fight on one front, gets a kill, gets back to the site, then catches everybody with the Nightfall. Like, that was a one-man army. Like, without him in that round, if he's the person that gets shot, I think they still lose. Like, I think Althea gets traded out. He doesn't have the util to do what he just did. So honestly, that is a full-on Crashies round and an immediate pause call for Liquid, because we've seen it before already. As said, Fracture coming up later. There was a map where I distinctly remember the Crashies Teo, he just won it almost individually. Like, he was the only person positive on the whole team by quite a bit. So you don't want this guy to get going.
With the re-aggression as well from Crashies, there was a little bit of a fail-safe in having Kayak already there, but with an operator in elbow, he's going to be overwhelmed by the numbers. If Crashies doesn't get that kill, it could have fallen apart, but he's able to get out, and not just that, Boaster popping the smoke gives him that little bit of a safe haven, so as his opponents swing in to trade out their fallen comrade, there's a star in the way. They can't see through that smoke. Crashies is able to reset, ultimately getting all 4 to close it out. 8 on the board for Fnatic. They've been 1 behind before, and that's where Team Liquid leapt into the lead.
Straight after a pause. It was the pause that immediately turned the tide for Liquid, and well, it is a pace change. They've been very good at these sort of low buy, faster pace rounds. Whoa! From hero to zero. A lot of util thrown in onto Crashies there, and it's actually going to be the opener found by Camo, 5 HP. Well, he's gone. In fact, another's gone.
Alpha stepping up when he's needed. Kayak pulls it back into their favor, and again, weaknesses are there. Serial's only got himself a pistol to work with, but it's Nats. He's been here before, but now he's been spotted. They definitely have a read on his position. He'll still win the fight. They've been isolated because of that ultimate. Serial coming up into heaven, but Nats has been spotted out by Kayak. The site control theirs. Although the star will buy a little bit of time. In fact, it won't. It doesn't quite catch them. Oh, it's a bit of a disaster. Either way, Chronicle lands the shot to close the round out, and we are tied up 9-9.
I guess a bit of an unorthodox plant. Maybe not one of the positions you're normally going to put it in, and that has just gone, well, tits up, I would say, for Serial. Obviously, he's been left in a scenario that was unfortunate, but even still, they managed to make that one competitive. 9-9. Fnatic climbing back to level once again, but this is where the rifles come in. This is where I kind of expect the pause to have had its effect. A fair few ultimates ready. And already, Alpha, yeah, he basically just had to shoot down at his own feet, but that is Camo gone seconds into the round.
Yeah, hand delivered, the Prowler goes up, and when it doesn't get contact, they think that the space is free, but what a nasty surprise it is as you hear that voice line delivered. And a rocket fired in. Two players down below. They've got a trap set and sprung with the spike now under their control. It's only Chronicle needed, but he had the backup, and now they've got the spike to work with for Team Liquid.
They also only shot at Chronicle. So Alfia was just the spectator. Serial finally.
For him coming from the attacker side. He can isolate the first duel, he's down to 2 HP, well handled, and Alfier, he knew he'd done damage, maybe not that much, but confident to go out with the shorty to finish it off. Double digits for Fnatic, and the lead is now theirs.
Yeah, especially after the blip in round 2. I definitely got to go, so who knows.
Catch Kayak, he's safe, and they think the player backside's the one to worry about, but it's Kayak up close, good for one. Buys Boaster a bit of time and a 1v1 that he wins out, damage done. Players holding, clinging on to life, then Nade sends them to the other side. It's Panatek alone. He won't be alone for long, rejoining his teammates in the spawn as 11 rounds found. Fnatic continues. They are looking to put a close to this map, a map that they have chosen against many opponents, but here it's Team Liquid's map pick, and it's not going according to plan.
The only team that beat Liquid so far this year.
Come on, boys!
Come on, boys,
was the reigning champions. So, you know, Fnatic looking to add themselves to that minute list, and right now it's looking very good for them. 5 rounds in a row, no pauses anymore as well for the side of Liquid, unless one's called by the opposing side. Chronicle again has just stepped up with a double. An aggressive position to say the least, but with Nats and Camo gone, it's about as good as it gets. Maybe you would have wanted to take Kiko, and look at the push that's already coming through from Crashies. They have this round sewn up. They know exactly where their opponents are. They've trapped them into the tiniest of boxes. Or maybe if they went vents, there'd be a chance, Mitch, but they're not going vents.
So many things they could have done there, but just sending Alfier to swing out wide on the rafters. Whether that was a goal, whether he took his destiny into his own hands, we'll never know. But either way, it works out wonderfully. Alfier heating up on this defensive side. He was put in the dirt early by Kiko, but now it's Kiko who's gone missing. And Fnatic 1 round away with 3 chances to close out this map. Let's not forget, they're defending a title here. They won stage 1 last year. They're looking to do the same this year.
Well, my favorite thing right now is it was mentioned by the desk that this map was a Gambit or mech map. Nat 20 and 14, Chronicle 20 and 12. Both playing the same agent, both having high impact rounds. More Chronicle, a lot of the time Mr. Impact has been taken out. Pressure on the other side. No way!
Psycho!
6 HP, styling on Nat.
Psycho!
Keep that man advantage alive. Fnatic have taken B main control.
They lost
their nobody going in that direction either. Already Serial will put another in the dirt. Making this into an advantageous position. You wouldn't think it with the way that the round started. But getting into that post spawn, the only thing they have to worry about is lane.
But he does pay a price. He's down to 6 HP. Crashies falling. This round is under threat. They group up. Kayak. 2 duelists we highlighted coming into this. Alpha is the point of contact, and he had a chance against Kiko there. Just about misses the ship. Boaster falls. It's looking like this one is already done. Just 6 HP in it. And Alfier,
double controller, okay.
Looking to maybe save, but of course they don't really need to, do they? They've got plenty of credits, and it's 12 to 9 or 12 to 10 now. 2 rounds left to play for. Credits
double
there.
Controller, double duelist.
Showstopper for Alpha as well.
Of course, a very important round for the side of Liquid, denying their opponents the victory on their map choice, but I do feel like there's a moment where you lose that many buy rounds in a row.
More energy, boys. We won the round. Where is energy?
Yeah, we won the round. Where is the energy?
We won the round. It's the revival of the energy, the confidence, the players that we know sit across from Fnatic on the stage. They've been fantastic throughout the season so far. Only a defeat in their first matchup. Other than that, it was clean. And well, I said there were no more pauses for Liquid. They might be happy to get given one by Fnatic, who've decided, you know what? Okay, we've had a great half. We've been performing very well. But we do need ourselves one more.
Yeah, 6 in a row, and then you called a pause after we've just seen Chronicle get sniped straight through his pit. I mean, I guess there must have been other problems there. Maybe it was Alpha with his lunatic playstyle, but
it's also kind of just your last chance to, I would say, really have impact. Like, you do it when they get one more round, they have the momentum, maybe they have more ults. You do it now, you go, okay, we're still in the lead, we still have a couple to go, we still have the finances. This is what I've spotted. Let's implement this as soon as possible, and I don't think the timing could be any better. The only risk is that you have given one over to Lohan and Yatsen on the other side, who has said they've been impactful with them.
that they have. For Team Liquid, you better hope that it's the same situation again. Because last time it was a closer affair. It was somewhere that they either had control, had the momentum, or it was a tight game. But now it feels like the shoe's on the other foot. It's Fnatic with all the wind in their sails. 2 chances to close this one out. Last time they lost that vent fight, this time they won't even be taking it. The Seas nade put through by Space for Camo's TP, and now they've got Vent's control. Little did Liquid know, that's been given up. A much more passive approach from that defensive side because they've pushed up into B main, and they're leaving Alphayer embedded. Problem is, the attack... Posters here. He's left that gap in heaven because they're confident that this is the right play, and now it's confirmed. Spike down. 25 seconds, flash out, but it's Kayak to fall. Chronicle not landing his shots either, and now they're wrapping around the side. He deals with that, or tries to, but Camo with another has opened up this site. A plant secured, and a Viper's pit to play inside of Alphayer, though. It's a target-rich environment, and he'll find one as Boaster sprays down a double in the elbow. Camo!
गाँड खायो त्यो गाँड यो लास्ट राउन्ड त
त्यही त
पछाडिबाटै दियो त
अले खाजाले अपरेटर शट मिस गरेर दिएर भयो त
Alpha, a guy walks into a bar and he goes up to the barman and says, yo, can I get a gin and tonic, please? And the barman serves him a gin and tonic. Yeah, it's you, actually. And while he's waiting for the gin and tonic, he hears from somewhere like, oh, nice shirt. And he's like, who the hell said that? And then...
The weekend club tonight.
No, I don't want to. And then what he says, the barman gives him his drink, he has a few sips, and then he hears another thing, someone saying, nice tie. And he says, who the hell is giving me all who's saying all this? He goes to the barman, do you hear this? And the barman says, yeah, it's the nuts. They're complimentary. Complimentary nuts.
You know, my
What
father
the
used
fuck?
to say me, if you laugh in your own jokes, you need to go hospital.
Call me an ambulance.
के अझै भन्दा त्यति बेलासम्म अब मलाई कसैको भिडियो बजायो भने पनि भिडियो प्ले गर्यो भने पनि उ गर्नु पनि होला तल डिस्क्रिप्सनमा लेखिदिनु पनि होला नत्र भोलिपल्ट फेरि कन्ट्रोभर्सीमा पर्ने होला
कन्ट्रोभर्सी
के छ कुन देखाएको यार हेर्दा हेर्दा यो ठाउँमा नि टन्नै भइसक्यो यार 51 तिमीले लाइभ हेरेर आऊ र मेरो छैन है यो उसमा डिस्कर्डमा
छैन
गीत बजाउने बित्तिकै कपिराइट लाग्ने यार जियो गेसर खेल्दै भन्नु ल जियो गेसर सुरु हुने बित्तिकै भन ल
सेकेन्ड हो
याके कति सेतो यो यो हेर्दा त इन्डिया जस्तो छ हौ ल गाडीको नम्बर पनि देखाएन यता जानु हुँदो रहेछ मैले अझ खेलाएन यार जियो गेसर केटा म ऱ्यान्डम हान्दा छु है कस्तो गाडी हो अनि ढोका त राम्रो छ यो ठाउँ हो मलाई के थाहा एकछिन यसो एक्सप्लोर गरौँ गाह्रो कस्तो गाह्रो यो कन्ट्रोल्स यहाँ ल्याउने बित्तिकै यो पनि ठुलो हुनु पर्यो नि फक अझ जाम न केही न केही भेटेला नि यो गलीमा एउटा मान्छे भेट्दैन त यो गलीमा चोकमा आइपुग्यो चोकमा न कतै एउटा यो ठाउँ हो नाइजेरिया यस
निकल एमभीपी भएछ नि त
के को आवाज हो
एउटा भिडियो रेकर्ड भयो अब एडिट गर्छु
भिडियो रेकर्ड भयो अरे म त यहाँ जियो गेसर हान्दै बसिरहेको
म त भर्खर हानेर आएको क्या
नेपाल जस्तै छ
गेटिङ ओभर इट कटाएर आएको
के कटाएर आएको
गेटिङ ओभर इट
कस्तो
कट्यो पनि
ए
ओइ
त्यही भिडियो रेकर्ड गरे
मिडिया अब एडिट गर्न चाहिँ गाह्रो भएर पो कस्तो गुवा आयो फेरि
छुट्यो 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 यहाँ एउटा साइन बोर्ड दियो ब्याक ब्याक 600 भनेपछि यो पक्कै हो टर्की ओए युक्रेन पो रहेछ ऱ्यान्डम के जाने पसल पसल छ त्यहाँ त अमेरिकन र भनेपछि अमेरिका कतै ठाउँ हो भने चिकन जस्तो कहाँ रहेछ साउथ अमेरिकातिर ब्रो यो त अघि नैबाट होइन भने जियो गेसर मान्छेको घरभित्र छिर्न मिल्दैन
खोइ खोइ लाइभ गर त के
लाइभै छ युट्युबमा
म फ्याट मिलाइदिन्छु त्यो त
र
एकछिन खै मलाई हेर्न देऊ न त्यो जुम गर त त्यहाँ माथि त्यो टायर लाइन अटो सेन्टर रोयल पढन त्यहाँ के ल्या रोयल
ब्रो अनि यो म्यापमा क्यानेडा छैन त ए यस्तो नि गर्न मिल्दो रहेछ नि त म चाहिँ अघि नै यो म्यापमा अति त होइन सुन न म के भन्नु लाग्थेँ यो म्यापमा अघिदेखि यतिको थियो होइन अनि यति भएपछि सायद यतिबाट मात्रै एउटा चाहिँ होला भनेर लागिरहेको थियो कि मलाई अनि यहाँ त अनि यस्तो नि गर्न मिल्दो रहेछ
क्यानाडाको पेट्रोल पम्प खोज एउटा कतै
त्यहाँ आयो त
होइन सिटीतिर नलगाइ सुवाद अलिकति त्यो ऊ हेरौँ त ऊ
प्लेन छ यहाँ
यतापट्टि हेरौँ न
म त उडिरहेको प्लेन जस्तो लागिरहेको थियो यार
यो के हो यो के को स्टोर हो यो
स्कुल बस हो
ऊ क्यानाडाको भन्दा पनि छ त्यहाँ ऊ त्यहाँ एउटा स्कुल के छ खै स्कुल बस कुन स्कुल हो यो हेर त ठ्याक्कै लोकेसन भेटिन्छ क्या कुन स्कुल हेर त
के त
अलिकति अगाडि जाऊ न ब्लड बसको व्हाट द फक
ओ गाडी हो अगाडि गएको त गाडी नै हेर्दियो त कस्तो गाह्रो हो भने यो मलाई कन्ट्रोलै चलाउन आएन यार यहाँ गयो भने गाडी फर्केर आउँछ यहाँ नि गाडी त खाएन
म्याप लगाऊ त क्यानाडाको हेरौँ त
आइस बक्स रे नि त
जुम गर कतातिर होला त गेस गर गेस हान्दै हो त भ्यानकोभर गेस हान्दै ओ वहाँ रहेछ
कहाँ गेस हान्ने
क्यालगरी रहेछ कहाँ एडमिन्टन रहेछ
jump onto that ISO if they were to decide to run that, because ISO's not an agent that we see Kayak play an awful lot of the time. And then when I'm thinking about the Sova and the Gecko, like, then who plays Gecko at that point too? I don't see like any of these players really being super comfortable on that.
What would you like to see?
I think I want to see Kayak on like a jet or a
UK.
You know, I think setting free. I suppose it's a map where you're duelist, you just need to kind of let them loose.
.gov.uk.
I think Kayaks will be really impactful.
Yeah, government. It's the first time we're going to see Fnatic play Icebox in a long time without Durka. It feels weird that I'm saying that out loud. Sorry, go on.
I lied, just to go back to that point. Kayak can play Gecko. Kayak played Gecko when he was on Apex last year. It literally just came back to my memory.
Nobody wants to see that.
But if they need a Gecko player, he can. Sorry, I just totally interrupted you there.
If you actually manifest that, Billy, like God
मान्छेहरुले
bless
त साइन बोर्ड नि हेर्छ हौ
but I mean, there's a lot of options they have. Icebox right now is a place where we're seeing like MAD stuff from Na'Vi.
Hampton
on the other side, Liquid as well. Some teams even play England stuff. But what about the other players? So Alpha is in contention, right? Do you just stick him on the Killjoy? Does he play a duelist?
I think put him on Killjoy. In that sense, if he's on Killjoy, he just puts his alarm bot mid and
England
he could just go shoot.
Bro, UK भित्र पर्छ London तिर लगाउ न London England भित्र
पर्छ. I actually quite liked again just
England
like Camo's really good, but he's also very impactful on that Gecko. Like I know they lost against KC, but still
UK ने थाहा त मैले नि
switch up to what
England त मैले थाहा पाएँ नि
Yeah, I think for Liquid
चाहिँ भने UK भनेर बोल्दै थाहा थियो त भइहाल्यो नि सकिहाल्यो नि कस्तो कुरा अरे
they have changed anything because of course the 2 times that they've played it they've ended up losing it, and let's not forget that the only series that they lost during that regular season was against Gentlemates in the decider map was Icebox. So it's been a bit of a pain point for them, so it's just do they double down
काठमाडौँको बाटो नि यस्तै छ
one of the compositions that they have run, or do they switch things up?
Yeah, and of course, both of they're also not the teams, you know, that has the Martin Omen or the Koala Omen. So maybe that is out of the question. And again, I would be very surprised if they do something like that. It doesn't seem like their style. But when it comes down to Nats and
अनि म यो अस्ट्रेलिया हो क्या कि न्यूजीलैंड कि अस्ट्रेलिया दुईटामा एउटा
के भयो
Chronicle though, surely, you know, they're not going to be, they don't get to have fun. They just get to do what they get to do. So let's take a look at Agent Select. We will have a Gecko. It will be on Kron. Kayak is on Sage. Gorilla, break this down for me. How do you feel about this?
I mean, here you have 2 lots of like plant installation.
ए डब्लुले नि कन्ट्रोल गर्न मिल्दो रहेछ ओके
right? You have the Gecko.
Kazakh
and
like
you
the
have the
CS
Sage
DS.
as well. I'm interested to see if there's going to be any TikTok wars, like
Bro, yo to sabai
with an AWP.
Goal. I think Crashes on the Tejo, he's had a really strong performance on that in previous maps, so that's no surprise. Boaster on the Viper and moving Chronicle onto the Gecko.
Vintage.
It's
I
just
know you Argentina
Let's just jump into the action because there's a lot of fun going on here, and as
Singapore.
Nats is giving a speech, I'm sure he's
Singapore
telling the boys,
though.
we need to win this if we want to make
Malaysia.
Toronto.
This is quite the composition here, Tom.
Australia comes to close down.
My composition, I suppose.
You know what? It was always. I think it was Anders, right? Who was like.
यो म्यापको यस्तो छ त यदि यहाँबाट यहाँसम्म हेर्यो भने त नजिकै छ त यहाँबाट यहाँसम्म हेर्दा पो अलि टाढा देखियो त
What I am excited for is we do have that Kiko back on the jet. It didn't necessarily work out too great last time around, but some of the peak performances I've seen from him was on that roster. And wow, yeah, a very different looking Team Liquid back then. Yumpy, in fact, playing earlier today.
He was, wasn't he? And that's bringing a little bit of a different flair to the IGL role.
Yeah, we've
seen back in that day. Team Liquid, defensive start here on Icebox. And Fnatic, we don't know what to expect. This composition coming into play is going to be a lot of fun to watch. They're on the attack, and they've already lost one. It's Alfier falling to Kiko. He's having a lot of success with this very same head-to-head, going back to split. But in the end, Fnatic were able to climb their way back. For now, a 4 versus 5. The same challenge for Fnatic.
The jack of all trades, master of pretty much all of them. Chronicle back on the initiator. It's always exciting to see what he can do. Potential for more aggression, but also allows a lot of different variations of them getting into the plant, post-plant, and more importantly, the retakes. I still think that's where that Sage wall can have the majority of its value. It's been a while since I've seen anyone rezzed as well. You kind of forget that ultimate even exists with how things have been going recently. The Kiko fight not going too well for either side, but the plant is going to be coming in. Oh, no, it's not.
So you thought, but the nade goes in. Now here's the wall. A little bit of safety to get that plant in. An orb, it was not quite thrown through. Boaster falls, Chronicle in the same spot, and it's going to be hard for Kayak to fall back. He has to battle around this wall, and he's doing so with great success. Only one left, and it crumbles like that. Fnatic 1-0.
So it seems like Kayak might not need to play the duelist.
Right,
lads. I think he'll be okay. You know, just coming in straight away with that. Like, the worst thing is as well is they knew exactly where he was. Like, he was stuck behind his own wall with just a crispy couple of shots.
And obviously he has the wall, so he didn't buy himself the Sheriff. And that being recovered over, and it was exactly the tool for the job. Wow, what a way to start it. I think Milan's hand might be sore again as Scud flexes those muscles. 1-0.
म केटाहरुलाई भन्छु क्या सेज खेल्नलाई फर्स्ट राउन्डमा सेजको वाला एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ मलाई भन्छु कसैले मान्दैन
सेजको वाल
ओभर पावर्ड हो नि त अनि फुटाउने अनि 2 वर्ष लाग्छ पिस्तोल राउन्डमा
It's been so long. I feel like I'm reminiscing. Anytime he gets near yellow, I'm just excited. Know what this man can do on this map, on this agent. Well, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any magic in this round for Liquid. Left with just the 2 Sheriffs to play with. Players caught running away. It almost felt like Chronicle just gave up on that one. And well, Kiko's found another. And Fnatic definitely have to be careful just based on cost alone. If they get another one quickly, we might even have to start talking about the round.
Surely not. No, there's enough time, especially with salvos gone in, to buy them that little bit of an extra window. The damage very much still on the cards. Kiko, well, he can't even get close to the spike. Snakebite going through. I suppose a bit costly in terms of the utility of Snakebite going down, but 2 picks, it looked promising in the end. Fnatic stabilized nicely. The 3 rifles carried through to the next, and a 2-0 start. considering they were. Was it a 2v5?
No, he walked
5
into it.
versus bonus.
The pistol could
At least
easily
it
have
was
swung the
his own
other way, and now they've got a leg up on this map.
Hey, look at the purchase coming up as well for Fnatic. It's about as good as it gets. Not only do they have the rifles, as your highline, they've got the
CS:GO
res
ultimate one ready छ यार.
It helps
Third
when
round
your
मा.
superstar duelist plays an agent.
मार्के गरेर देखायो त.
We've got the double up top. Camo basically being the bait. Well, the bait's got one, but now do they expect the second player to be here? Well, already turning it back into a 5v4 scenario. That's why we have an aggressive start. Yeah, let's see when he gets the next one.
Literally a round 3 res. Round 3 opening fight res as well. Not bad. Not bad at all.
यो यार स्टक रहेछ त्यही भएर पो सब जना उताको रोटेट गरेर बसिरहन् मिडमा
Kiko in a very nasty spot,
के
something
चाहिँ
you won't see very often held late
उ
into
छ
the round. And with the only
थाहा
one
हुन्छ
there, that's the problem. The drone's gone through, it's spotted him, and he won't quite make it around that corner before it's very much expected. Boaster still up in the spawn with that rotation, able to catch him. And now it's a 5 versus 3. Team Liquid won the opening duel, yet still their opponents have all their players. And it's Team Liquid on the
surprise element of
reverse psychology
being up here isn't the biggest shock now that they've left this site for so long. Kayak, immediate trade. Nats does well though. He's given them a chance in this round. It looked like an impossibility. Serial trying to fight on that cross. Through it.
This initial fight though, something that shouldn't have went in his direction. You think for
Chronicle le chupchap spray handa bhai
but the shots did not land, at least not in a meaningful way. That sliver of health is ultimately what makes the difference between a terrible start to a map that Team Liquid looked like they were going to win the opening pistol. And actually, them stabilizing and now being in a pretty reasonable spot. Camo, I mean, that is not pretty. Caught out by the salvos. His support taken down too as Kiko falls. It's a 5 versus 3 and an immediate advantage for Fnatic.
He just tried to catch the timing, running through the salvos, but that has not worked out at all. The sheer level of aggression is met by
क्या पठाएको बे त्यसले कसरी पठाएको थिए
of this Fnatic squad, and Alfie already looking comfortable once again. Only Serial standing, and sure, he gets his man and
कसरी
another.
पठाएको त्यसले त्यो
When you're in a 1 versus 5, wow, you'd have to have the greatest clutch statistics of all time.
It's all or nothing, and this time it is nothing. Keeping them on the 1. Fnatic steaming into the lead. Their attack side looking good. And their ultimate economy coming online into this next round. The battle for these orbs is also something that's not too easy to be won out by the other side. The immediate salvos coming through.
That's what I thought, bro. I can stand up. I'm getting a stand-up buff.
Oh, man. He's answering back. He sees them get loud. He sees them stand up on the other side, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Fair play. And the morale certainly in a good spot for Fnatic. This round should only see it build further, as there's a lot of weaknesses for Team Liquid to play with. And a heavy stack towards B.
Well, there's something about that round as well. It's like you look at the timing. You had the initial peak come through from Camo with his own flash, then Kiko peaks, and afterwards the flash goes off. So it just looked a little bit disjointed, and that was enough for Fnatic to have some very, very easy and isolated opening battles. And we know that this squad, you go back in history about how good they are on the attacking side of this map. I think it's another one where Boaster is the king of calling. Almost surprising that we haven't seen this map come out sooner in the tournament for them, but picking it when qualification is available, a chance for them to make that first Masters of the Year, one that we have had expectations. Well, they're expected to make pretty much every single one. A stack in the right place though for Liquid, but that's really all they've got in their favor.
Well, 1 pick for Nats. Rifle now in his hands, and he's been able to work his magic already, and that was even with a Guardian.
30 seconds left.
Lockdown coming into play. Nats finally dropped, and here it is. The chance now to clean up the rest as the weaker weapons come cascading through. Kiko. A Bucky in a classic. Yeah, it's not
range from a flank.
Not quite what we're looking for. Was watching it. He'll go down. Cloudburst to get the rifle. And this now, very doable. Look how low Crashies is, but salvos will come online. Ult is there, but they're not looking for any of that. They want to fight. That could be a mistake.
Looking to try and find where both these players have gone to. They have now fallen back into more passive positions. There go the salvos, and still unaware remotely
Alt waste
of where these players are even going to commit. And Armageddon just
Round
buying
and
that little bit
round
extra time.
आइपुगिहाल्यो नि
Crashies will get the job done. 4-1. Fnatic extend their lead. Definitely a more dangerous scenario than expected with them running into the stack. And now, not only the weaponry, but more importantly, the ults come up for Liquid.
Yes, this is a round that they have to win, putting it all into it. A good attempt by Nats, but again, you just see that position from Crashies. He's got a double spray down, then salvos and ultimate online.
We have like way too high chaotic.
They can at least be happy that the ult was used, that they were able to make this one look competitive, look close, that Kiko was able to take one with a classic. Good timing on the flank, good space being taken in the background. Now Liquid call a pause. Again, acknowledgement of where they're at right now. An operator has already been bought up coming into this round. 4 ultimates in play. Credits down to 0 or 50. Sub 100 on every member of Liquid if nothing changes. And that is not a round that we can approach lightly. At 4-1 down, this is a swing round. This determines probably who's going to have the lead at the half, or if there will be one.
I think as well, going into this half, you look at their previous performances. We're facing off against KC again, a team that ended up eliminated. They only managed to get 2 rounds on the defense. So that's where I'm kind of looking right now is, okay, how are this team going to be able to form on the defensive side now that there's not really the excuse of, okay, maybe there's a weapon missing, maybe there's an ult missing, maybe this play didn't go their way. They have everything here. Okay. The barest of excuses that I can give, but as you said, this has to be the turning point. An early 3 stack towards the B site for this defensive side. Having the expectation, maybe the battle for the orb with a few players getting that little bit closer for Fnatic, but more so the potential of the Thrash being the one ult available for Chronicle.
It's a very clear early plan, but it's already disrupted, Tom. You see that the Killjoy doesn't have a turret down. That's because salvos are targeting that early on. With that utility removed, there's now a gap in middle. The good thing is they can afford to commit to that on Team Liquid because they have a lockdown. So a little bit lighter on A would be possible. But now, Nats ends up popping his ultimate, feeling pressure before it's even being applied. I mean, a free piece of utility is more or less all they saw, and that's being put into play. Turret back up and online. That's going to be covering off the middle angle. Viper's pit for A. And even the Gecko ultimate sent down B as a recon. That'll be available late round if they do end up with retake.
The switch up though, the immediate move towards middle. Like after having both sides pressured, Panitek though is there to try and hold the line. He's done well and has Nats alongside. The man who left his pit to try and support. There's still Alpha here though, but look at the position of the spike. It's not going to be easy, the reuse of that Thrash, just to clear out any information that they can. It doesn't quite catch onto Alpha yet, but Crashy's getting out of this position alive should be very difficult. While Kiko makes sure of it. It is ult spam, to say the least, for the side of Liquid. But it gets you around, it gets you around.
That's a round that Fnatic are going to be obviously not happy to lose, but the amount invested on the other side, the panic shown early on, that doesn't say that, oh, well, they've got a response to our playstyle. It says they've used their ults to win a round. A ton used up early on, and now we might have seen the lockdown, only that that player ended up falling. And I think that was probably an aggressive wall by Kayak, something that we'll see more on the defense than here on the attack, but they get the mid control. He walls himself up, I presume, or perhaps it was from Tube, and manages to find himself that pick deep into the spawn.
I say I don't mind it though. Like, well, when you're 4-1 down, your economy's on the brink, use those ultimates. Kiko already finding one, and with Boaster not having position of their own, so for Liquid that could be one of the most important rounds to win. Kiko looking like he's going to go back for more, and well, I couldn't keep up with where the shot went. It looked pretty close. How is Crash? He's winning these fights. He's picked 2 players within the site, and he's just the ruse. 2 players now making a walk in towards A. Really serial here. Doesn't have an ideal weapon of choice. He should at least be able to
winnable.
He's being round. He's got to be incredibly careful. And having to give away his position eventually will be taken out.
Really nicely played. They were isolating themselves, but now, oh, buying time for the flank, but Nats is ahead of the If they take that kill, the DPS can be found for free. Look how far away Boaster is. He needed them to stay alive on that site to buy that little bit more time, and he's walled out by his own teammate's wall. The Snow Sage on Team Liquid. Fnatic having to save that rifle through to the next, and Team Liquid stringing the rounds together.
Yeah, I don't mind the usage from the previous round, and then it still got dangerous here. Like, I think it was again, Nats having to have these sort of big moments to turn the round back on its head, and they got a good view. But you talk about it, those pauses once more. 4-1 down, pause taken for Liquid, immediate response with 2 rounds, still fairly even in terms of what they've got on ult economy, and in terms of the rifles they are ahead. A good opportunity for them to get back to a 4-4 scenario. Of course, Kiko's position with the operator is one that definitely there to be expected. But they always still have to be careful. Those 2 ults plus Alfia and Crashies with guns. This round's not that far away.
Well, that's it, right? Kiko can find himself a pick with the op or just a missed shot and get out of there, then lock down to recover the site. They still have utility on it as well. Information on these players towards B. That knife landing, it might sell that ruse, but again, retake A, something that Liquid will be comfortable doing. Turret's still online, so they know that mid is completely theirs, and there's a bit of a risk of the walk up through kitchen. And again, the turret will see it in the window.
They're going back towards Crashies. I think just maybe getting more ground than was expected. They could look to use that thrash in this position, but still, there are multiple defenders here. Camo goes walking towards yellow. This might be a bit of a nasty surprise, but it has been spotted. Nats going forward gets, what, seemingly caught, but never mind. He'll find 2 again. Individually on fire. And for the remaining 2, sure, Alfia still has a rifle.
Winnable छ त
Just get one with the sheriff. There's a couple of low players around this position. They do have to be a little careful.
Time though. 20 seconds, 15 now. And Camo still holding that back yellow. He'll fall. They've got the utility here. Sure, no, they've got no utility, in fact. I have to deny this just by swinging through the orb. And well, that was an ambitious play. The jump about. Maybe expecting them to be low. Not quite low enough. 4-4 now. Team Liquid. It looked like they were trailing and about to fizzle out. They have managed to find their rhythm 3 rounds in a row now. And the beautiful thing about this is Nats grabs those. There is a flash up top, but it doesn't actually blind them in time. He's too quick taking the kills for that support to really matter. And all it does is stop the players further back from being able to get close and have any sort of a say.
I feel like you can say this on most maps, but Icebox Nats, there's high expectations. We know what we're going to get. Already though. Again, early usage of util just to deny any control of the orbs for the defensive side. Not going to allow them to get any bonuses, but a lot of information being grabbed early by Liquid. The knife, again, capturing multiple players, challenging towards that B side, but it still seems to be the ultimate point of contention. Thrash, Res, Viper's Pit available for Fnatic, but Viper's Pit up against a lockdown is pretty much the perfect counter.
Minute on the clock and no information to play with. Slow creep up from Alfia in mid. He's trying to use this orb to creep under tube. That's somewhere that I think it's one of the only gaps for Team Liquid that we've seen so far. Ult comes into play. Patatek dropping that wall now. And that's going to delay them by quite a bit, put the time very, very low. It even stops the orb from going up in middle, so Alpha can't really do anything about this. And all the while, as you pointed out, Tom, these rotations have come through. Team Liquid got 4 players ready for the fight.
Already. Camo goes swinging in. He was low. Kiko's done well, but Kayak's there with the trade. Plant
No charges left.
has come through.
Potential
for the res. There isn't going to be the spam. It's actually Kayak that goes down. In fact, they all start to fall. Now the only man standing was the lurk. There's still a possibility. Both players need to cross for the operator. Looking to hold, and in fact, has already made it round that corner. Alfia needs to get a move on. In fact, I don't think there's going to be anywhere near enough time, even with that extra little nano swarm. That diffuser will come through. Liquid will take themselves the lead. Watch for him to attempt to cross. And once more, I'm going to highlight it. A pause called by the coaching staff, 4 rounds in a row for Liquid.
Yeah, it really can't be understated. We saw the same thing on Split.
3 health. 3 health while he was running through that util.
Once they realize that they've got some problems, that they think they've got the solution, it seems like they're spot on every time. Now the test for Fnatic as they've called themselves a timeout here at 5-4. This was a lights out start. They looked like they were going to lose the pistol over on Team Liquid, but Fnatic end up claiming it, end up putting it 4-1 in the lead, and since then it has felt like utter dominance from Team Liquid, starting with a round that I wasn't too confident would be repeated. They put in so much so early on, but it ends up working out wonderfully. That lockdown we've spoken so much about hasn't even been needed, because the A site, by the time that they come to pushing it, there's like 2 players on the site, and the one defender is often able to at least fend them off long enough.
I'd say as well, though, that something we've noted throughout the series with these two teams is just a lot of what's important is that sort of mental state. I mean, I think Gorilla sort of pointed out as one of his two. As like, if that's in a good position and you have the caliber of players, nothing else matters. So using those ults, maybe just to get them back into a position of, okay, we're competing in this map. Because at 4-1 down, they were getting rinsed. You spam a little bit, you go, okay, we're on the board, we can do this now. We have the operator, we have everything we need. And Liquid look like a very different team. And unfortunately for Fnatic, on their own map choice, that map choice that has been a staple of their history, right now it's just that.
Here. Placing sentry.
Look back at the first res we had come through. Huge impact, second shut down immediately by Liquid. The rotations were there. There were 4 players in position.
Well, yeah, it was Kayak that got killed.
Yeah.
He reses, dies, and then Chronica's like, wow, I think I'm screwed here.
Getting away with that one. They said too many bodies to break the wall now. Challenge under tube. I said it was a gap, but that's in most rounds, not in this. Camo has his eyes set on the prize. The players coming under, deleted immediately. In the back, yellow player not even spotted by Fnatic. As the numbers trail in a 1 versus 3, 45 HP for Alpha. And no real chance of taking this across the line. Look where the spike is dropped to. Even if he had it, getting onto the A site would be a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, Pad Attack already around position. Ever hold in case he manages to lurk through mid. It is going to be an opportunity for a 1v1. Well, with the turret holding that range and the knife, even giving them the info, that will be the full force of Liquid now grouping up just to fight this last man. I don't think they're going to take any liberties with Alfia on the other side, and while Serial will remove his counterpart, minimum of an equal footing for Liquid. And as said, the 2 times they played this map, the defense has been weak. 2-8, 4-8. Well, this is already the best performance we've seen on the defensive side for Liquid.
And it's not slowing down, Tom. That's 5 in a row now for this squad. That's ultimates coming back online for them. And yes, the same can be said for Fnatic, but now the shift in momentum, it seems like Fnatic are the ones that need those safety nets to be fallen back onto. We've seen disastrous rounds from that attacking side. We've seen success across the board for Team Liquid. And Kiko consistently looking for these opening duels. He's been denied quite a bit.
Yeah, this looked, at least the start of the round, potentially a lot more direct. And he's going in. He is. He's going to go straight back for a fight we've seen them take many a time. Nobody peeking over on the Fnatic side, though. Purely passive. When you look at the ultimates they have, you can understand why. Lockdown, Thrash, Armageddon, Viper's Pit. So much to play with in this round. And the same can be said for Liquid, but maybe not quite that caliber. Kiko's reposition, it's just missed. And that would have been Crashies. That would have been a lot of post-plant utility gone.
I love that too. He fires the shot on A main, instantly rotates, knowing they'd be that little bit more relaxed about that.
He's back there again.
If they were rotating, they'd go right into his waiting arms. And like you said, he's right back in position, although now the pit is up. Luckily, he's got a shorty to play with. The downside is that lockdown put into play aggressively. It'll force them way back. And Nano to cover them on the cross. But as you said, Nano, the other side puts in a lockdown. Luckily, they're able to cancel that out. Now a problem is Nats is stuck on the site, but is the defense going to be good enough to keep him alive? Yes, it is! Serial!
Will
try to starve them of any space to play around, and it looks like it's working!
They've
ran into Kayak! Things going swimmingly for Fnatic. Finally, the defuse underway. Already, it's getting damn close, but they'll drop it in the head. And now, the remaining players need to get on it fast.
Down into that 1v1. That's trying to stick it all the way through the wall. Crashes goes right down to the depths, right down to the last few seconds. And that's what it takes for Fnatic to win themselves around. That was counter card to counter card, played throughout, just to try and outdo each other. No ultimates available anymore for Liquid, and only the singular Thrash left remaining for Chronicle. They used absolutely everything to get that 5th round over the line. And even then, it came down to a matter of seconds, and Crashy's finding 3.
Desperately close. Even Wingman very nearly got it. I mean, he was about a quarter of a bar away from taking that across the line. Kiko showing absolutely no fear. This time, going earlier, going more aggressive, but he's in trouble. Gekko's ulti, Thrash on his tail. He won't be caught, though. Still safe. That Thrash might not be recoverable.
They're going to need a fair amount to do so. In fact, they might even need the sight him off. Kiko's still just looking for angles to be had, but with 15 pieces of utility being put into that backline, not really a spot left to hold. Wall already broken, and that's what we see it again. Just an attempt to try and re-aggress before they even get to the site. Spike will be dropped, and Alfia responds in kind. Looking for a little more, but Kayak is there. And while only one standing camo to face versus 4, it's looking like an even half, but there is still one standing.
Have to get
Wait.
one before I just run it down. It's the right call. They've got the numbers, but it got close. Close as the scoreline in the end. There will be no leader at halftime. 6-6. Hell of a battle coming out from Team Liquid, though. Streaking together 5 rounds in a row. They had some serious momentum, some wind in their sails, and the second half up for grabs. We'll find out how it goes after the break.
What's over here? Surva guys.
47% on their opponent's map choice, but it's the best defensive side we've seen from them so far. And going into the attack, when they play versus KC, they managed a little bit more. Now, it's definitely not been their best map. Let's not pretend. This is one that Fnatic picked for a reason. But again, if history serves us right, Fnatic normally having those crazy performances over on the attack, they do have an awful lot of stall and potential for denying plants. I think that's going to be difficult for Liquid to face against.
So deny map control in the first. Now it's the plants that they'll be looking to push back. Team Liquid deep in with Kiko. He's been getting aggressive on the defense, and no change here on the attack. The space taken can already get them a plant. Kayak spotted down underneath.
Hazamore.
It's a risk to go swinging in that deep, but oh, it almost works out. But Kayak up to his own tricks here in the pistol. It's a triple off the classic, but still a 2 versus 2. He goes in through the orb, wrapping around, but it's not enough, leaving Serial on 1 HP. But the pistol round this time goes to Team Liquid.
Kayak trying his damnedest. You look at him, 17 and 9 on the Sage. It does feel like they're going to be having reses galore throughout this matchup, but it wasn't enough this time around. I'm genuinely shocked at how much he was able to get done with the classic. Just a lot of distraction as he spins on a dime, but ultimately it's Liquid to come out with an all-important pistol round. Well, Lohan at least pumped up. Not much invested, a single share for Kayak, which, hey, still something you have to fear. We go back to the first half pistol, and that's all you need to know. And it seems like the immediate read, not finding anything off the back of that Dizzy, and because of it,
They can't give the game away though. Too much utility seen. Too many players spotted when that wall goes down, and Team Liquid will run back in the other direction. They've got a lot of space, a lot of control. The Killjoy on the other side is doing exactly the same, pushing up and making it through A. And in fact, there's nothing spotting for this. Team Liquid want to go back, but they have to make it past Alpha here. He's looking the wrong way. And Nats, well, he clears his corners. That is going to be a 5 versus 4, and an A site wide open with deep spawn control taken already, and a deep fight won by Serial. Pretty much cements this round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the idea from Fnatic, of course, is just try and catch them off guard, but with that perfect lurk from Serial, there really wasn't much more to be had. Chronicle trying to do a little bit of extra damage, remove a gun or two, but it's not going to happen. Only a pistol loss for Liquid, a very clean round kicking off the second half.
They don't even need shields on most players. They're in a very, very healthy spot economically coming into the next round. And for Fnatic, well, the pressure may be on. 8-6, and a potential leap forward for that attacking side. As we said, you know, that defensive side performance from them is impressive, especially, you know, the scoreline being 6-6 is one thing. The way that they got there is another. They were looking lost, and they managed to find and carve out a significant amount of control in that half, streaking rounds together. Deja Vu not far away from kicking in. They're already 2 in a row here. Fnatic got a bit of an under 2 play. This was a gap that Team Liquid left on their defense, and they're exploiting it immediately, already in kitchen.
There's a lot of players around this spot, but none of them really being able to deny. It comes down to Boaster to try and do the damage.
Damn.
And well, we've spoken a lot this season about his individual level going through the roof. 2 quick kills, and well, sneaky play. It's not as sneaky as he thinks. Watches him all the way and waits for the swing from Serial. A solid response from Fnatic.
Shutting that down before they got too close. Big problem on the side split as players funnel through kitchen, but finding the first and he pre-fires it wonderfully. Chronicle cleaning up the rest. It was left in pretty safe hands with Kayak. 19 and 10. You know, back in the day, you talked about this matchup, Fnatic and Liquid, going all the way back to First Strike, and back then we would have talked a lot about the Battle Sages. Kayak, he is reviving that.
I can't wait if that's the case. Give me more Mazzino on the Sage. He was the king. He was the king. I don't care what you say. That guy was the king of Sage.
I was king of Asgard.
An early dink already. I believe that was Boaster spamming once again. Almost certain, because Chronicle's not close enough and everybody else has a Vandal. Leaves them in a little bit more of an awkward spot. Your duelist, the man meant to take space, so desperately low. But with 4 players already on this side of the map, the gamble really is on the other side. A rest for Kayak, but he can't bring himself back if he goes down. And well, eventually, the man tagged low initially is cleared up. The players looking to make their way back into A, but you can see the only idea for Kayak is get someone else
2 away from that Viper's Pit in play, as Fnatic happy to play the retake. The res there, Kayak doesn't want to be the one taking contact, but look at this setup on backside.
त्यही भने यार कस्तो भने
coming in from Camo and Serial.
तर काम
And
लाएन
it will be disrupted immediately. The Salvos doing well to put them on the back foot in this initial fight. And all Fnatic need to do is trade. Crashies goes down as Serial picks up the double. It's Camo to trade out. And now Fnatic on the back foot. Kayak having to do it all again. But he's got the res to bring Crashies back into play. A valuable player indeed. No ultimate. And no salvos just yet. It's all about the swing. And he's got wall in hand. Patrick does well. And the defuse needing to be stuck at least a half. Gets him. And within just in the nick of time, take it across the line with a Red Bull clutch.
We've spoken about it so many times within this matchup, but Crashies in these impact rounds have just been absurd. Of course, to bring him back from the fray. It's always nice when you get 2 bites at clutching out the round, but what an attempt from both Serial and Camo to turn that round in their favor. And even Panatek towards the end, I'll be honest, I thought he had it with how little time was left on that clock.
Nice!
You know they're pumped up when you have to mute half of what Boaster's saying.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's gotta be the first time I've seen that. He's getting hyped, he's stood up, and he's hyping Crashies up. Ultimate now online for Crashies, but it might not be used here. Look at the weaknesses for Team Liquid. They have kept their credits. This is a play for the next round.
They're good with hero guns.
That, and it's going to be Fnatic back in the lead if they lose this one, but they'll have the money to fight back. That's all that matters.
Okay, a lot of awkward positions to fight from. Now for up above, has already managed to clear out 2.
Rifle down.
Retrieved by Panatek though, and he's not looking to just sit pretty. Wants to try and clear some ground. In fact, the Viper's Pit's going to be invested. Now they expected this. 2 stingers on the other side. Normally, that's an absolute stinker of a buy, but in a Viper's Pit, hey, that does damage.
Oh yeah, they have got some real opportunity, and look how far back Nats is playing, allowing Panatek and Kiko to be the one taking these tools. Ult put into play, Nats falls back, but Kiko still close, gets his Blade Storm, but he won't land the shots. Crashies drops him with the wrap around from Panatek, not expected. They are thinning out the herd, leaving it down to just Nats, but he's up close. There's nothing more dangerous than this Viper. And he gets his venom into them. The Stinger, the one to close it out and put 9 to 8 on the board. Team Liquid back in the lead. And you know what? You said it, Tom. Pretty good with the hero rifles.
That was the hero Stinger that brought home the Red Bull clutch. I also think you have to look at the importance of that 1 kill here coming through from Kiko, because it was actually the usage of that Armageddon to force Nats out of the pit. He had to run all the way out of it to get away from the ult, and that extra little bit of time that Kiko bought allows him back into the pit. If he doesn't get that kill, they lose the round. It's almost guaranteed. That one little play, and okay. Not the gun I was expecting to get a kill in this round. Kiko down. Hero rifles of their own.
Right there.
This could be a response. Liquid have got to be careful.
Inches away from onto Camo as he was recovering. Battle on the side being given up by Fnatic. They're going to play this one very passive indeed. And it's no wonder why. There's a lockdown in play for this squad if they want it. And they're hoping for over-aggression. They're hoping for a pick to be handed over into their favor. Flash, no. That's the ult being held. And now responded in by Chronicle, who I think has caught one. Yes, indeed he has. But Panatek is still up close. He's defending his stunned up teammates. The salvos barely avoided. A sliver of health left. Good flash. Patty's blind. Goes swinging deep, and they'll get another rifle out of that. When Nat's already tagged low. A real opportunity now. They've pushed them back to belt with the range fight with the recovered rifle. That stands well for them, and the walls block the wall. At least for now, the Moss was able to deny, but Camo falling leaves this round in jeopardy. It's Fnatic's with an easy defuse. Response, they lose to the hero rifle and respond like for like.
Yeah, that was one where you have those bonus ultimates ready to be thrown in, and I think Alfia firstly did an incredible job just being able to sort of hold the line. An opener as well for Chronicle, who's definitely had a quieter game individually. Of course, a role he switched back to after time and time on a Sentinel and Controller, of course. But after a huge victory comes a huge fall. Liquid 9-9, and sure, we talk about teams having 2 bites at the cherry, 2 opportunities to make it in towards that international, but there is no easy road from this point onwards. You get 2 chances. The second one is so much tougher in that lower bracket with teams that they've already gone close with throughout the season, with Foot building up momentum, with BBL down there with them, and even Na'Vi have looked dangerous when going into this playoffs bracket, so there is not really anybody you want to be facing. First time round definitely seems the easier of the lot, and while Liquid, they are going to call another pause. As mentioned, the last one was the start of their 5-round streak, same on the last map as well. The second one, well, it actually did nothing. Fnatic were able to close out in the end.
But it's a great point you bring up, Tom. Not just the fact that you're 1 game away, but you'll be 2 when you drop down below, but the fact that it's Na'Vi first, and maybe that's the lesser of 2 evils, but then the winner of Foot and BBL, neither of those teams had firepower. And I mean, Foot, again, in the group stages, in the early stages, sure, they didn't look too great the last time either of these teams faced them. They're able to best, but the reality is that last game we saw from them, they hit another level.
Yeah.
They made the changes they needed to, and now that's not going to be an easy game with elimination on the line and victory just around the corner. For Team Liquid, they need this map and another to lock in that international event to avoid the lower bracket run of nightmares. That battle not favorable for Nats.
That's the gun. International, and one that I think many will look at as not necessarily a surprise, but only a matter of time. I was going to say if they close this round out. The story is more so when Crassie's position is one of the weirdest spots. I think if Kiko had cleared that, I would have asked them to check him PC. But that is now just 3 rounds away. Kayak to, well, be another one of the Polish alumni that have made it to international events. He's not going to be the first in that case.
No, but one of the most promising, especially stepping into this roster, as you said earlier on. Big boots to fill.
राम्रो वाल हो नि त गोन्देले नि पहिला युज गर्थे यार त्यो
seams with this man coming in on the Sage as well, an unusual pick, and what a way it would be to book in your slot at your first international. Far from the first for Fnatic. The potential return to 4 Masters events, not somewhere they've done well recently. Chance to recover on that reputation.
Fnatic again have gone for the full retake. I think what they've been doing with Teo, sort of clearing a lot of these aggressive angles, has helped them out massively.
You should run.
Crashies, in fact, has been huge, but this time they don't have the counter lockdown available to them. Last time out, they were able to buy a little bit of extra space to get into position. Instead, Liquid have used this to get positioning of their own. In fact, look how far forward they sit.
They've got no utility. They have to make up for it with their Brawn already dropping Oster. That's the Viper's Pit out of play, and a lot of the hope of this round having already fallen. Kayak has a res. He's going to use it. I thought maybe they would let this one slide, but no, they want to battle. Kayak with the self-heal, but he's taken down, and now Crashies with it all to do. It's Nats dancing around on the high ground, and it is over. As we move into round number 21, 10-10, tied up neck and neck.
I like the fact that Liquid really are happy to just fight them up front. I think realizing that the benefits of their comp, you have those extra flashes, and sure, okay, you do have a few nades that can be used to clear angles, but they're using a lot of those for the take. They're using those as the danger is there early. So instead, when it comes down to the late round, they're like, okay, let's set up in their face. Let's not allow Fnatic to have that retake. Let's not allow them to throw in the slow in combination with salvos to try and take us out. Let's make them adapt to the way that we're playing, and when that round at least, the firefights went their way, no clutch to be had. It has been a back and forth throughout. This second half especially has been a lot less about the streaks of rounds and much more just one either side. Both teams' economy on the brink here. Kayak, he's as close as can be, but immediately find opening picks. That's a save.
Battling for that third map, and yeah, they've pushed Fnatic to the limits. There's no chance with those immediate fights swinging the other way. And hell, I'll put my money on Kayak in those tighter angles, in those close fights.
He's got 25 kills.
He's not doing too bad, is he? But yeah, he is 11 to 10 on, and that forces the hand. But Team Liquid, they're not happy with just a round victory. They want economic supremacy, looking to push deep and remove some of those weapons, but eventually takes a look at the scoreboard, sees the credits. He He will just back off into their own
भाइ
spawn,
सबजना यतालाई
carrying their own
जाने अनि
rifles
डिफ्युज
into the
गर्दिने
next, and allowing Fnatic to reset, because at the end of the day,
गन्दै
the
हैन
lead
टिङ टिङ
is
टिङ टिङ
back in their
गर्दै
hands.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
ए यहाँ युटिलिटी युटिलिटी हैन रहेछ
Even all the way through, but this was a round that really just playing into the contact of that A site, not giving the game away, because Fnatic have been quite happy to play the retake in a lot of these scenarios. This time playing that little bit more aggressively, putting Kayak, the best player in the server currently, onto the contact spot, and Kiko just wipes the floor with him. As said, when we saw this map historically for Kiko on the Jet, he's fantastic. Like, it's where he's always had these huge individual performances. Wow, if he's coming more alive, I was going to say alive, but he's 17 and 12. He's still having a decent game. Here we go, though. Very aggressive early take in towards middle, but I think that was purely just to break some of the utility and then fall back.
Yeah, put that pressure on, see if there's a response from Fnatic, if there's a head to be ripped off, and if not, settle for the turret. That's an information vacuum for Fnatic. Conscious that players could now cross through that window, move into kitchen, and backstab Kayak on top of the wall. You'll see that angle held by operator players, but they're usually a little bit lower down.
Yeah.
You can see everything. And Team Liquid, they've lost the opening pick, they've lost camo, and that's a lot of not just the ultimate that was in his back pocket, but a lot of your punchy utility to break through that defense is now left for the next round.
That's definitely a rough start. That's something you might see if a Sage is picked in your ranked games on this map. Kayak just pulls it out in maybe one of the most pivotal rounds in this entire series. A chance for them to level things up again. Ultimates firmly in their favor for this round, and you can see Boaster's only plan is to deny them the plant. But with Kiko managing to get so far forward, and even hearing some of the steps, it all comes down to this fight, and he wins it again. The second time he's managed to eliminate Kayak from this position and give his team the site. The main thing is the time.
Jet morne बित्तिकै सक्यो Jet morne बित्तिकै सक्यो Jet morne बित्तिकै सक्यो Jet morne बित्तिकै सक्यो पिके गर्दैन.
10 seconds left.
Armageddon's going to win this round. Salvo's already sent through. Here comes Armageddon. It's going to be a deeper plant, but not deep enough. I think it'll actually just about get in, but they're swinging in for the fight. Chronicle. A heavy investment from Fnatic, but one that they are happy to put on the line. He knew that the plant had to be stuck, but taking steel out there is a bold maneuver.
Yeah, Chronicle
Bully सक्केछ क्या
and won.
के खैकियो
I think he just ran out of bullets, but even still, ordered ludicrous round. But yet that was just perfect from Crashies again. Like, we could talk about the kills, we could talk about that he isn't necessarily on the field, but he forced them to reposition time and time again. Yeah, sneaky beaky look. This is a run straight down mid play. And already it is ended in an even scenario. Straight out with the thrash, but Serial's the one to give them the advantage. A really good opportunity here for Liquid to take the lead.
Uh-oh. Kayak's been caught. Luckily Chronicle hasn't, but while he's busy defending his teammate, there's a flank all the way around. Not just on Crashies. I'm looking at Kiko on the other side. As Crashies falls. This round is very much in jeopardy. Up the steps he goes, his timing perfect, his position unpredictable, and he's not going to go for the knife kill. Neither the ult nor the third weapon in his inventory, as Chronicle is left his own devices, looking to just carry this weapon through the next stage. The round's already gone. Team Liquid have landed themselves at 12th round, and they want to take the weapon out of his hands. 12-11, overtime guaranteed for Team Liquid. They're looking for a third map.
I think with the weaponry being removed as well, ultimates being expended quite a bit over the last couple from the side of Fnatic, this definitely puts them in a good spot. And well, they're going to see that pause being called by Milan to try and bring a little bit of sense back into this one. Of course, your map choice and the decider of Fracture, clearly a level playing field for either side. I also have to say I love the call from Liquid. 11-11. You're on your opponent's map choice, a map you've struggled on, a map that you've not reached 10 rounds on so far this day. Run it down mid. Bladestorm put in, Natch just sprinting through his own Viper Orb. And the fact that that ends up being what takes over the round, Serial having a decent performance there as well. They're playing ballsy, and I have to respect it. Like, this is, again, as I said, like, this is a map that you have had a horrific time on. There's so many that you look at throughout the pool for Liquid where you go, okay, this is where they come in with an advantage. This is not one of them. This has come down to just the sheer grit of the players that are on the other side. They do not want to head into that lower bracket. They do not want to risk Toronto. They want to get it done today.
Well, the timeout pulled in for Fnatic, and worth mentioning as well for Scott and Milan. I think this is obviously one of the higher stakes matchups that they faced as well.
Highest win rate of all SND Ice Hawks.
Emotions will be high watching this game. And have had their last chance to sit down with the boys. Course correct. We move into the final round of regulation. Viper's Pit online for Boaster, one away from Alphayere's lockdown, and then another aggressive play from Team Liquid, just going straight in towards B. No mid-split this time, expecting perhaps an adaptation from Fnatic, but Kayak's got a play of his own, up on the wall. He won't find the pick, but they do deny the plan.
It's definitely going to make things a lot tougher. It's not like the other side where there's a sage wall or something to respond. The response that is there is the usage of those lockdowns. Plant will be found. Viper's Pit sent through, and while Camo is going to be caught, there's not really anything that can be done by that. It's just whether or not they can punish him.
That's the thing. I mean, they can definitely get up there, but they're being slow about it, and there's a player already waiting for that swing. Camo comes out of the ult, no longer detained and able to take down Alphayer. A problem brewing. Viper's Pit, but they're on him, straight on him with the shorty. It's denied as Kayak tries desperately to pull this back, but the position of Kiko is too much to handle. Chronicle with it all to do. A 1v2 and a Viper's Pit decaying it down. From the grave, Serial claims the map, and we go all the way to Fracture.
It's a battle of the Titans. Two teams that are having a fantastic...
The third map ma po garda yaar yinaru. Jao yaale ni. Jio ke sar ande bhani ho.
म चाहिँ जान्छु
What the fuck? ल ठीक छ.
चुप भइसक्यो
Okay. Yaar. Guys, ज़्यादा लगे थी ना live भाई. Bye, guys.